in possession of the lead in the end game. It's Falcated. This could be a Slay that shuts the door. Does just that. Takes down Talik, and 2 more Slays could mean a round 2 victory here for Sentinels. Falcated takes his sight on the bat ledge. Easy headshot there. His last shot was focused on another player, and that will do it. Should do it, I should say. As Sentinels will, in fact, tie up round number 2. Tied 1-all. Who'd have thought, Eli? Going to a round 3, game 1. This oddball is going to go the distance in your winter final.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Both these teams incredible. They've got very different play styles, in my opinion, but which team is going to ultimately come out on top and take that 1-0 lead? This opening strat going to be huge. Falcated kind of wins the 1v1. It's 2v1, actually. Lethal finishes that kill. Not going to go for the camo right away, though, understanding that it might be watched by another player. Proton also hears that this player is weak above him. If he can kill this player, somebody else on his team can get the camo, and I think that should be what happened.
I don't know. I think I saw somebody in blue work his way towards the stacks. Falcated now going to have to potentially watch his back, as Talik is able to grab the camo, but Sentinels grab control of the oddball and the numbers edge. In the early goings here of round 3, they'll take the lead.
Wow, Talik with the stick, utilizing that camo, understands that his position is not yet known, takes advantage of that with the stick, and now all members of Sentinels kind of trapped inside the pipes, but they're going to do so in an effective manner. Watching both the entry points, looks like Falcated shuts down this side. Precision has eyes on the high end of the pipes. Falcated actually going to aggressively push on through. I don't know if Proton would expect this, but ultimately gets punished for that decision. Multiple members of Proton waiting for him. And all of a sudden, the ball has to be rotated through the long haul. So heads up play from Sentinels, but Proton are on their way.
I think last shot, despite his epic performance, you could argue here in game 1, top fragging for Proton. I think Falcated had his number, but Proton had the numbers advantage with Bruck. Now Falcated looking to swing things in his favor for the triple. Does earn the trade, and another 3 go down. 4 go down for Proton Gaming, and this is where Sentinels could build a massive lead. And if Proton are able to break through, Talik gonna have to maybe solo push here. Collect just came off spawn, I would imagine, on the long haul. No, he split on the Doritos. And Sentinels haven't set up on the seaside to play this into the drink. Instead, it looks like they're going to play it into the camo pit. That's going to give Proton a chance to get this back into A if they're able to stay alive. Talik, it's on him to do so. He gets 1, but doesn't get the second. And that oddball will, in fact, get reset and played here into the pit, as Precision sends 2 back to the respawn screen.
You question it, but I kind of like this decision to rotate the ball towards the A side. They knew that as they lost players at C, the Proton would aggressively push through long. But if no members of Sentinels are in gold, then it's not a good time to play it. Proton could maybe easily play for the next ball. Instead, they continue to rotate it through the outside and make it to A, but as soon as they die, throw it to bottom map. It can definitely be an argument for both decisions, but Sentinels definitely playing chess here to try to keep that oddball from Proton.
Really impressed with Collect. Really impressed with the last shot here, with the most slays on his squad and the most oddball time by double. Looking to triple up on it if he continues on with it. He does. Lethal now looking to break through on the gold stairs side of the map, but at low HP. Doesn't like what he sees. Waits for that bait and switch to come through, but the chase grenades go through. Collect lands the shock rifle headshot, and now we're starting to see Proton roll a little bit. They could regain the lead right here. Precision on the C stairs at low HP. C spawns coming through for Sentinels, and this will transfer the lead, I would imagine, towards Proton.
Like most important player on the map, he needs to hit some headshots. He does. I think he sees that player going in gold pipes, but knows he can't do anything about it. Instead, opts to try to fight the next player. Finds himself in an awkward position with that curb slide, though, and that's 3 dead for Proton. Last shot, last player alive. He's getting a kill and grabbing the ball and getting it out in the open. Another huge play out of last shot. He is now 32 and 25.
Oh!
77 seconds of oddball time, but Lethal shuts him down and says, yeah, kid, you're having a good game, but let me remind you, I've been having good games for 10 years.
Wow, what a play there from Lethal. Shuts down the rotation to the C side and shuts down what looked like could have been a lead for Proton Gaming. Instead, it's a 34-33 game. Only 2 players left alive on the map. Falcated and Collect in a 1v1 for the map, as neither are going to take the gunfight. Falcated goes down to lower HP, so he's going to back down. Collect going to grab the oddball. Boy, but it's missed time. Not by Collect, but just in the sense that the oddball gets reset the millisecond he steps on it. How will that end up playing? And the end result of this is it's been very difficult to earn time, Eli. In this match, nobody's gotten to 100 seconds. It's always been played for time at the end, and we're already at the 2-minute mark. Now Proton have that eventual lead we were predicting. And and are looking to rotate it and hold it at gold.
Oh, look at that. I think Talik had the camo, but they just spotted him out, take him off the map so quickly that they can push into the rest of the Proton members. Okay, to get some great shots on. It's the last shot, forces him to back up, and now all of Sentinels are here, but the oddball is just right between both teams. It's like they're playing soccer, I guess, at this point, and both teams just trying to keep the other one off of it. Now the push comes in. Proton electing to play in front of the ball to try to open some space. It does give enough time and space for last shot to come in and grab it and rotate it away. But now Lethal with the shock is the last player on Sentinels for the moment being that can make a stop here.
The deadly game of keep away being played here. And for now, Proton are keeping Sentinels at bay. And last shot, he's been so good with that grapple hook, but not able to earn a slay here. Instead, 3 go down for Proton Gaming. Falcated again, icing up when it matters most to take down that last player on the gold side of the map. Now Talik's going to fight a 1v2, should go down because of it does. Collect, trying to ease the bleeding here. He gets a double kill, and it's back and forth. 10 seconds separate these two teams with 90 seconds left in regulation.
This is coming down to the wire. Sentinels need 7 seconds, but look, the interception. Wow, Collect did not want that ball to fall mid-map. Literally leaped in the air to stop Boo from throwing it out, and that is huge. That could just win them the game.
119 on your clock. And the score for Proton continues to roll. They're building themselves a little bit of a cushion here. 18 seconds, 17 seconds. As Boo Doo has to stay alive. We're down to the wire. The end game is here. And Proton are looking to make that rotation. Precision gets cut off by Talik. That's a great trade from Talik in the sense that he cuts down what could have been a stop of the rotation. But Boo Doo gets there instead. Boo Doo gets the C, but now we're starting to get into the end game. Less than a minute left. 53 to 76, and Sentinels are going to have to find a way to manufacture some time here where it's been so difficult for them recently. Druck with the back smack, Druck with the camo. This could close the door.
Love the way Druck played that. Just flies out mid-map to get information. It's one of the best ways to use camo. Just tell your teammates where the enemies are rotating. Also finds a back smack directly afterwards. It's 3 dead for Sentinels. Only 39 seconds on the clock. They have to make a good push off spawn and hold the ball for 25 seconds if they want to come back.
Great decision making, and I'd imagine even great coaching here from Trey Try for Proton Gaming. Their decision is clear. They're going to play for time, but they're going to allow Boo to pick it back up. It should be an easy slay to take down, though. Yes, that's what you're playing for Proton. We'll give you a second of oddball time, but we'll take you down right after. All the while, every second that passes is a second closer Proton are to a 1-0 lead in this series, but Sentinels have the numbers on the C side. Talik pushes through. Precision goes down, though, but so does Collect. 3v3 for now. Talik pushes through, down to 1 HP as his opponent, throwing stickies out. None of them stick, and this is going to have to be reset, but with this reset, 5, 6, 7 seconds will go off the board. If Sentinels don't grab control of it right off the rip, right off the reset, Proton will take it.
And Precision was on his way. I think was the only player on Sentinels that could have, but last shot was there in the way to play defender. When he shuts him down, that's going to end the game. Proton take game 1 in your winners bracket finals.
Wow. Is this tournament so awesome? I feel like so many players are getting their revenge. Collect dropped by his former team. Now he's showing up in the winter final. Mortally previously getting dropped by his former team, taking him down in a best of 5 slugfest where they went up by 30 kills almost. I mean, one of the biggest leads you'll ever see in a Slayer. And now, what a perfect time for production to hop on over to that live squad with Mortally as they take on Native Gaming in the lower round 7, I want to say. Both of these two teams, Native Gaming a lot closer to qualifying through points. They're safe in the sense that they're one of those top 2 point team. But again, Cloud9, the top 2 seed in this tournament, they've already taken one of those spots. So starting to run out of time, starting to run out of opportunity to make your way to London via pool play. Lies, though, they will absolutely need a top 2 finish, much like Proton. So they need this win more than Native, you could argue. But it looks like for now, Native Gaming in the lead in round 2 and with the 1-0 lead in this oddball.
Yeah, they're Native looking pretty good in this one. They only need 5 seconds to close the door, but Sylvanic's not going to make it easy. He's going to throw it out. A couple members go down, though. And it looks like Mikwin should be able to close it out, and that is exactly what you want to see if you're a Native Gaming fan. But Lies, I mean, they put up a lot of numbers in at least that second round. Didn't get to see the whole game, but I have to imagine Lies are not out of it yet.
Yeah, and just taking a quick look at the points, Lies previously taking down Bittersweet. Bittersweet right there on the outside looking in of that 1-2 seed in points. Technically coming into it, Sentinels and Cloud9 had 1-2 in the standings. Native and Still Deciding were 1 and 2 right after them. And then it was Bittersweet and Reversal Perfy. So, man, you have to wonder if Bittersweet bowing out so early lost them contention for a top 2 finish, whereas otherwise they're coming into the tournament with hopes of it at least happening. Switching gears back to our main match of the day, our winter final between Sentinels and Proton Gaming. Game 2 live fire up next.
This one could go either way, I think. I mean, team like Proton plays so fast and aggressive. We saw how good Lies were out the gate in that Lies vs Bittersweet roster, or in that Lies vs Bittersweet matchup where they just controlled the whole map. And it kind of reminds me of the way that Proton plays this game. I mean, especially in Strongholds or Slayer, if you occupy all 4 corners of the map and continually force those split spawns, makes it very difficult for the other team to even come up with a game plan off spawn. So it sometimes doesn't even matter how good you are if a team is putting you in that position.
This is really intriguing again as we take a look at the lay of the land. Sentinels, if they were to win this tournament like most people had predicted, I would put them in Pool B, I think, with SSG. That's a difficult pool to go into against the top team in HCS, or would that be Optic? That would be Optic, I believe. What we do know...
Optic is Pool B.
Okay, Optic Pool B. What we do know, though, is if you find yourself number 1 in points, you qualify for pools that way, you take on Pool C, which I think most people would, power rankings wise, say Pool C is the pool you want to end up in. So Sentinels, all could be for naught. They could get 3rd place, not qualify through top 2, find themselves at number 1 in points, and in quite possibly the most favorable of the 3 pools. So a lot of math taking place, a lot happening here in the Halo universe. We hop back on board here with your elimination quarterfinals, Native Gaming versus Lies.
And this one is a Street Slayer. I think this one, Native generally quite good on this map. I mean, we've seen Mikwin have some of the best games we've ever seen on this game type. Guy just seems very comfortable on it. No surprise, you know, formerly worked 4-3-4-3. That's why he was not able to compete the first year of HCS. Comes on the scene with fire in season 2 with a out of open bracket top 4 finish. Just seems like he has belonged here ever since, and I think his experience on maps like this can be a big difference maker for Native. But on the other side, you've got a bunch of young talent on Lies, and the young talent is hungry. And hungry players are hard to beat.
And this sets up for Lies, Eli, in a game 2 where the underdog historically in Halo has their best opportunity to strike. This is Lies to a T, up by 2 now, 8-10 in this one as Sylvanic trades out, not before earning a double kill though. Ivanized with shotgun up soon. Let's see if he wants to hold this part of the map. No, he's going to push all the way on through, getting those callouts there on the trash side of the map. Pushes through to the back of C. He's got teammate support, but from the B rail, you're seeing some cross shots take place, and Ivanized and his teammate might have worked himself into a trap. Yes, they have. 2 go down to the 1 trade out there. It's a +1 net outcome for Native Gaming, but despite that, 3 go down on each side. APG and Ezo in a 1v1 for the streets.
APG more interested in getting proper map positioning than taking a 1v1, which that's that veteran understanding. It's more important that he holds the space on the map while his teammates are coming off respawn, and even though he goes down, his teammates are able to get a couple kills of their own. Finally, though, look at the movement out of Ivanized. This is such a talented player that I love to watch. The triple kill almost. Is it the over? It is. Wait.
Kill tech. Oh. Almost. Oh my God, it would have been atrocity potentially. But it's going to be camo nonetheless. Unbelievable. What a play there from Ivanized. This is, man, we've heard of Flourishly, Ivan the Student Gamer, but Ivanized making a name for himself here on Championship Sunday of your London HCS qualifier. Loving all of the players that we've seen step up, seemingly making a name for himself. We've not just seen the tried and true, the old guard, perform at a high level. It's been the new guns, the young guns, doing that instead as Ivanized continues through on a hell of a spree here. Hasn't gone down since, and he still won't as he earns the assist. And now with that spike grenade, doesn't have to dip onto the trash. He'll go down nonetheless. Lies have a 3-kill lead.
They need this win. I feel like going down 2-0 against a team as good as Native is almost insurmountable. We've seen it happen before, but would be a very tall task for them. So if they can win that game 2, they can absolutely keep themselves alive. We're going to switch back to the main match, though. Sentinels versus Proton. Live Fire TS has just begun.
Early lead here for Proton Gaming, 2-1. As Valkyrie looks to push through on the cut side, spots an opponent at the screen door. A couple spikes go through. Nobody chasing, though. Very curious as to who has the snipe off the start. Camo's up as well. Pollock has the snipe, and he can now position himself with eyes on the camo, which he does, to help Proton roll on the sandbox, baiting Boo Boo Tubu into it. He says, I dare you to jump up, Jesse.
Boo Boo clearly knows he's being watched. He's going to wait. Looks like he gets some knowledge from Lethal about where Pollock is. And look at the patience from Boo Boo. Is there any player that has ever been willing to wait this long? I mean, he's just probably calling out for his team to...
Wow.
Yeah, he did. When he jumped up, it was when nobody was looking. Maybe this is how he's known as one of the best camo players. You got to get that title by actually picking up camo, and he certainly knows how to grab it.
That was incredible there. Boo Boo Duba goes down shortly after, doesn't do anything with the camo, but knowing that Pollock has him dead to rights with that S7 scoped on his forehead, pre-fired, he waits till Pollock slides to the left. I don't know if that was through game sense, communication, a little bit of both. Nonetheless, it doesn't matter for now. It's a moot point. 4-10. Proton have a multi-possession lead off the start, and Pollock still possessing that snipe. One shot left.
Doesn't connect with the snipe, but still has strong positioning to prevent the push. Also has a teammate behind him to help, but two of his other teammates go down, and it's going to open the door for Falcated to push right in. Looks like Druk finds himself between two members of Sentinels. That's never where you want to be. And now Falcated looking to press out some space to make sure Proton have less to work with.
6-kill lead, now down to 3 as Sentinels have cut that in half, but still face a deficit. Falcated facing towards the dummy door side of the map. Getting pings on the nest side. You almost wonder if, whoa, that's a call to go take that space. There's nobody pushing from it. It's a 3 push down the sandbags. And is somebody flanking nest? I'm not sure why that was pinged. Nonetheless, okay, there's all 4 for Proton Gaming. Falcated backing up towards the camo because camo's up soon. But it doesn't seem like that's going to be the fight or the attention. Last shot actually might be able to take camo for free because of all this attention through mid.
Wow. I mean, both teams are really playing the chess game right now. I've seen Precision really favor this sidekick a lot on this map, and for good reason. He's been putting it to good work. It has high DPS in close range. You're running with a teammate and shooting them fast with a pistol. They have no chance to scope back in against your teammate, so great shot to use in those team fight situations.
Wow, and Pollock had, or excuse me, Last Shot had the positioning on camo, but Falcated has it instead, looking to break through. Green door goes Pollock. This is very weak. Gets cleaned up by the grenade. Good job. And now this allows Falcated to push on through. Attention on the rest of his teammates. Gives him the back shots easily there for the killing spree. Make it a double kill straight through the face and soul of Collect. As 3 go down for Proton Gaming. 3 go up via the scoreboard for Sentinels. And they have flipped this match on its head. A slow start for Sentinels now turns into a approaching mid-game lead.
Very nice double kill from Falcated. Back shots on one teammate, turns to get more shots on the other player's face. Now, Falcated gonna actually retreat, understanding that maybe this isn't a good position, or maybe understanding that the game's about to be reset because somebody has left the game. But don't worry about that. Even though they aren't playing, doesn't mean we don't have more Halo to watch. By the way, Ivan Eyes has not slowed down. This man is 20-10 right now, and they're up by 2.
44-46. Lies clinging to a 2-kill advantage. Native Gaming clinging to the back wall of C. This should give the advantage to Lies to push through, but no. You're seeing Native Gaming push off their back foot, push off their spawns. Cross shots from the P side of the map. From McGuinn takes down Mortally. 46, 47, 46, now 47, 46. Native Gaming have regained the lead. They iced up in a game 5 against Reversal Perfy yesterday, 50-49. Will they do it again?
For Lies to lose this one, you kind of feel like it's going to really drain their energy going into a game 3 as well, especially since it seems like every time we've looked, Lies have been in the lead until now. Native playing this very patiently as well. APG finds a kill on Mortally with the Stalker. He gets taken down though in the kill feed. Native only need 2 more, but can they do it?
That's bait. The cross was being watched from Gilkey, and they draw in the competition, draw up a 1-kill lead, 49-48. It would take a miraculous double kill. But Barcode has the back of 1. Oh, but he doesn't get the finish. 49 all. Barcode might chase this out. That might be his undoing. 49-49 Cafe. Go 2 on the shotgun. Who's going to win it outright? Barcode seemingly spamming shots. Ezzo gets the slay! way, and it looks like, yes, lies are the truth, at least in Game 2 Slayer, as they tie up the series 1-1.
Oh my God, what an intense moment that was. Ivan Eyes plus 10 with 10 assists, by the way. This man is woken up when it matters most. Had to be a big reason why they've made it so far in this tournament already. This roster is just chock full of young talent. And these guys, I mean, they're showing what they're made of. Taking a game off native, and they want to continue in this tournament. Would that not be the Cinderella story if they're able to make it into pool play? That would be amazing.
Man, I feel like they already got it. The clock has already struck midnight, and lies are still alive, still dancing at the ball. We switch gears here back towards our main match. No, this is another lower bracket matchup. God, W Production in chat. There's so much Halo taking place, and these guys make sure we miss none of it. It's a tie, 1-1 in each round, and a close one in round 3, 15-21. But Breaking Shot and the rest of the crew have the oddball.
Anytime we flip to a game that Breaking Shot's in, just look at the stat line, man. 35 and 24. This guy is putting up insane numbers today. I could just probably watch his screen all day. He is so fast and proficient at switching targets. He's an unbelievable player, and he's been stepping it up. I feel like he really is just comfortable with this group around him, Common and Haynes, and we've always described Cherish as a glue player to make his teammates better, so no surprise that someone like Breaking Shot can pop off in this environment.
Cherish looking to stay alive on the garage door, now goes down at the wall sheet. Manny continues on with oddball control, a 2v2, really more like a 1v2. As King Nick, he's the one sole protector of this rotation here from Manny, but Breaking Shot predicts it, calls it outright, pushes through the garage door. A pinch coming through. Full reversal perfy now. And 2 go down again. It's more 2v2 gameplay here as Haynes looking to secure a little bit of time. And he does just that with a good hold here at the back of B, but the push is, I imagine, still coming in strong from Still Deciding.
Haynes just kind of expecting a push coming, not sure exactly when. Good job to drop it when he does to contest that player, but it's 3 dead for them. That looks like that ball is going to change hands, but we're back on board, utilizing that feature we talked about. Score has been reset back to where it was before, and now it's 17-15. Sentinels still lead, but we've got a new opening for the game here.
W343 for that match continuation patch note, patch update that they put in the match. So if any disconnect occurs, whether online or on lane, we can pick right back up where we left off. Lethal looking to do the same, but he goes down, drops with camo up, QT up there on the back wall of green as well. Pollock makes sure that Sentinels drops the snipe. Now we're starting to see a little bit of sandbox control potentially going in favor of Proton at a crucial time in the match, tied 20-all.
Wow, I like this play from Collect. He actually waited till he was positive he would survive, but also as he moves towards his teammate. So he's basically playing insurance. If he dies, he's still in position to let a teammate grab it. Last shot with the nice body shot, turn it into a double kill. Wanted more, but ultimately gets taken down. See if Falcated or another member of Sentinels can find that sniper rifle and put it to work for themselves.
The big double, though, for last shot. You can argue he didn't deserve either of those kills, but he earned it nonetheless. Collect now earns the kit, ammo and snipe to work with, eyeing that push through the garage door, lining up that reticle at perfect head level, using the box to identify where the head's going to be. Has to swoop down a little bit, though, and Boo Boo Doo Boo so fast with the G-slide, he gets out of there, avoids massive DPS from that body shot from Collect. 25-24 now, Collect. They're trying to manufacture an angle to take someone's face, but they're doing such a good job. Knowing that Collect is in the corner here, they're not giving him time and space to do that. They're actually rushing him, which is the best way to put pressure on a quarterback, right? They can feel uncomfortable in the pocket as that sniper holder. Great job there from Sentinels to stop that sniper rifle, to stop Collect from popping off.
Collect still able to get a couple kills and a body shot out of that and an assist before going down. So despite all that pressure, still turns the situation at least somewhat in Proton's favor. They have tied it. Now Sentinels take 1 kill lead. We've got another camo spawning in 15 seconds. We'll have to see how these teams choose to play it. I think Sentinels maybe want to take some space on that C side before it comes up just to make it a little bit easier. But Last Shot says, no, we know that that's what you want to do. We're not going to let you do it.
32-30, this Slayer has officially started, and Sentinels have the lead. Sentinels have the camo as well. And with Sniper up in 30, this could be their opportunity to roll with sandbox control. Previously, we saw it in the hands of Collect. Now, Lethal double up on it. Easy slay there on Druck. I think he thought he was in a 1v1, but with Lethal's camo, actually does a great job optimizing that power up. That's looked a little weaker here in Season 3. Nonetheless, Lethal combining for one slay. Looking to make it more.
Lethal gets the trade beat down, but Talik a little bit faster on the trigger finger with that AR. I think the AR might just have a faster bullet time out of the melee animation. So good job for Talik to understand that and use that mechanic to his advantage. Druck here with the peak shots from top tower, trying to output damage while also mitigating damage that he takes. And as long as he stays in that position, he could potentially give Proton the conditions to come back into this. But right now, pressure is pretty strong from Sentinels across the entire map, as you can see through the outlines here.
Starting to slip away from Proton a little bit here. You get into a 2-possession deficit into the 40s. And it goes back to that bittersweet match where you just run out of time and space. Talik, with plenty of breakfast on the table, earns the pancake. A little bit of brunch action here. 2 o'clock Central Time in Dallas, Texas. As Talik earns the slay with that repulsor. Haven't seen that as often in Season 3 after the networking update. Repulsor does not do as much damage. As Talik looking to clean up on some damage with the spike grenade. Still has one sticky to work with. And keep an eye on that repulsor sticky combination. He could utilize that here to earn a slay. But he doesn't want to trade out. Down by now 2 possessions. This is what I was referencing now. 6 kills, 2 possessions, 2 team wipes needed for Proton to get back in it. It starts with Talik right here, getting some slays and staying alive doing it.
Oh, does he predict this? Or does his teammates tell him, but he's going to hit another no-scope? He's got to make a hero play right here, right now. If this is going to swing back in Proton's favor, it has to be off the back of Talik. He's doing a good job of just kind of playing a little bit tricky. Doesn't want his position to be obvious. Sentinel's known to be able to read their opponents very well, but can maybe find a cheeky angle. It doesn't matter, though. The rest of his teammates are dying around him, and he's starting to scramble a little bit. Has to figure out a way to be effective.
Ooh, Talik pulls back out that S7, wisely switches back to the DMR for the headshot cleanup finish, but Lethal cleans him up instead. And if not for a miraculous comeback, which I'm going to hold my breath for because we saw Bittersweet get close to it, but this is getting down to the wire. This is getting down to the end game, and I don't know if there's enough time left. 48-44. This is big. Keep it within 1 possession. Keep it within 1 team wipe. Just Proton, and they could come back. One fell swoop could tie it at 49, but they have to play perfect Halo.
Such a smart play from Falcated in the previous play, and Lethal's going to close it out as well. But I just want to talk about Falcated's play. He's back green, no shields. There's a player in his crosshair, but he waited until his shields started to regenerate before he started shooting. Talik also utilized the peak shot. He jumps backwards off of the map in a situation where, yeah, right here, he gets the peak shots to land the kill, but it doesn't really matter that much that he dies there. He's expected to die, but that kill is better for Sentinels than his death is good for Proton because it gets them closer to the 50 kill mark. So very smart play there from Falcated.
Yeah, that might be one of the most confident examples of playing for the trade we've ever seen there from Falcated, knowing that without the QT, he's got no chance to QT back on a live fire, but he wasn't looking for that. He was just looking for another slay to inch Sentinels forward because of that lead they had up by 4 at the time. Knew that a trade was a win condition for Sentinels, and they win game 2, tie up the series.
And people in chat will be like, LOL, he jumped off the map. What an idiot. But it's like, when he jumps backwards like that, he cuts off sight lines to be potentially killed from sandbags, which means he guarantees that kill on training. So it was a smart use of jumping off the map.
Native Gaming previously losing what looked like a comeback for them. It was Lies in full control of game 2, but Lies, after a little bit of a slip up in the end game, actually clutch up to tie it at 1, 50-49 after that game 2 win. But my God, since we have gotten back on board here with Native Gaming, up 3-0 in the King of the Hill, and that's on them. It's on Native Gaming, the higher seeded team, the better team in terms of power rankings, to win these OBJs, and doing just that.
Yeah, looking very strong here. Keep in mind the top of the score, or the top of the screen, a little incorrect. Lies do have a game win here in game 2. We saw that Streets Slayer win. Your production will get that updated, but yeah, Native looked very strong. I mean, a 3-hill lead with just a minute on the clock. I mean, if you're on the side of Lies, you're probably already thinking about the next game.
I actually kind of like that, Eli. I'm glad you brought that point up, right? Don't sweat and stress and press the conversation as to how to win Solitude, King of the Hill, is saved for a later date, saved for a VOD review. At this point, rip the Band-Aid off. GG, go next. And I almost wonder sometimes the dichotomy, the mental of losing a close match, which can be soul-crushing, heartbreaking, energy draining, to losing by a wide margin like we see there. It's more of a GG, go next, not a big deal. Let's just go on to the next game. And that's exactly what we're going to do here. Back to our winner final. A tied series, 1-all. The level of competition in Halo has never been tighter as we hop on board here with Precision.
Love this. This kid probably not old enough to have played any Halo 3, but that does not mean I want to play against him on this map that has so many sniper rifles. I feel like he could absolutely pop off on it. And yeah, he's just electing to just hold top tower for now, kind of using the strategies we used way back in the day on this map. But after he sees his teammates are landing kills, knows it's time to push up. Now it's time to use the sniper rifle to spawn kill. Also knows that at least one spawner spawn on this side. They're going to turn after this kill to look to the courtyard side. And he's going to get some more spawn kills. And this is just complete domination early from Sentinels. There's no way this flag doesn't land at home.
Oh, that's GG at least for flag number 1. What a hot start here for Sentinels as they take the early 1-0 lead. And doing a great job here, Eli, doing what I didn't do yesterday. They're not blocking the courtyard spawns. Instead, they're forcing them. Instead, I'm going to throw some shade at myself. Just because we throw so much shade at tools, I'm going to throw it right back at myself. Precision throwing it back with a double kill. Falcated with another flag out. Rare to see a double cap on Pit. Usually you see a counter cap, but no. This is Sentinels looking to go for 2. Oh, but Falcated can't get through the long haul. This might be an early grab here from Boobadubo. I think he might get taken out, but he has the heads-up play with the repulsor. Inches that flag a little bit further. Stays alive a little bit longer, but it might not be enough. Still giving Proton something to sweat for. Pollock goes down with the snipe, and Sentinels are going to have a chance at this.
So smart. It's all off that repulsor play, right? If that repulsor doesn't happen, that flag's not going to be far enough for Precision to make that play. But look at this. Proton push right past it. They also return it. Druck has made it all the way to this back wall, which is so important. It guarantees Sentinels are spawning in the courtyard. And now they're just going to try to apply pressure, keep them from getting out. But as I say that, Sentinels have already extended out of their spawn, and they've stolen the Proton flag. I don't think Proton expected that. They probably expected Sentinels to maybe rotate backwards and try to get some slays. Wow. But no, Proton or Sentinels have just flipped the map, and they've got the flag almost all the way home.
This match is being played at the pace of Aquarius for Sentinels, at least. Not for Proton Gaming. 2-0 lead now for Sentinels, and wow. Just as Proton started off with a Game 1 victory, it felt like they had the opportunity to strike, go up 2-0, but they do not. And now in Game 3, they go down 2-0. And with 9.5 left on the clock, still plenty of time left in it, but Sentinels here can play a little bit more defensive-minded. They don't want to park the bus, though. You start playing not to lose. You will lose if you're Sentinels here. So very curious as to how they play this. His last shot gets taken down with the sticky grenades, loses OS. And this is looking like all Sentinels now. 9 minutes left.
Was that a fastball kill on the OS? I think he stuck the OS player twice, but it was the fastball that finished the deal. But yeah, how silly does Proton feel? They're in the Sentinels' first BR. They're literally in their base during the entirety of the flag run, and Sentinels didn't even sweat. They just ran it right under their nose. And you just gotta feel silly after that if you're on the side of Proton. Like, how did we let that happen? And not only that, but now they've got the next set of weapons. Looks like Druck, though, can deal some damage with this sniper, but they have a lot of time to work with. This is still an uphill battle for Proton.
Not surprising, Eli, in the sense that player personality traits and characteristics sort of trickle down to this team composition of 4v4. And always say Boobadubo, the most unorthodox player in HCS. Not surprised to see Sentinels score unorthodoxly with the run through the bottom bridge area as they utilize that to go up 2-0. Druck, though, controlling the sniper side of the map, but he's got a 2v1 to fight. Takes both down with the body shot. Calling for some help here from last shot, and the assists start to come through. Druck gets his shields back, and this could set up for a run. Oh my god, Precision stays on the map. I was waiting to see. Almost wonder if he had to use a ghost jump to stay on the map. I thought Druck had enough to send him off, but instead, Precision stays alive. Precision back for vengeance, back for blood. Has 2 players down in the sword, both down to 1 HP. Takes down 1, trades out. Collect now with the snipe.
Collect only got 3 shots to work with, but yeah, it looked like the repulse sent Precision into that diagonal pillar connector thing on the outside there, whatever you want to call that. But that was what I think he bounced off of to stay on the map. And look at the pressure. Sentinels know that Collect is going to try to get some shots down from Sword, but as soon as he peeks, gets shot by 2 or 3 bandits. It's taken down in a hurry, and now Sentinels are looking to get this 3rd flag out.
2-0 lead held on to by Sentinels. Precision has really been alive forever on the OS side, but he goes down at just the wrong time in the sense that OS is up, but Collect only has himself and that overshield to work with, and that is not enough. 3-0 Sentinels absolutely speed run through Pit. Now we've seen SSG a little bit faster, but that might be the 2nd fastest on the world record 80% leaderboard.
I mean, talk about timing and opportunities, and just seeing the opportunity to run the flag. Like, yeah, okay, they're grabbing overshield. Who cares? I got the flag all the way through green. I'm just going to run it in. Like, that guy can't do anything about it. Also, who cares that they're in our base? Let's just go steal their flag and run it back right under their nose. I mean, Sentinels with 2 flag caps that I don't think many other teams would have possibly found an opportunity to cap.
Yeah, it felt like just with the observer attention on the Sword side, it kind of, again, trickles down to what the attention is for these players. Everybody focused on the Sword side up the map, but Lethal, he says, hey, I'll just take this down the long haul, not face any objection to it, as everybody focused on the Sword, but Lethal runs through the long haul and runs Sentinels up to a 2-1 lead in that winter final. Switching gears here to the elimination quarters. So you see Native Gaming up 2-1 on Lies. Lies, though, with the early lead in control of A and B.
Morley content to just chill top A here. He's just going to play gatekeeper. Also get some call outs for his teammates who are shooting across to that catwalk side. Make sure he has a little bit of extra help. He's going to actually rotate just in case this teammate who took some damage needed some help, but quickly rotates back to block the spawn. Now looks to apply pressure into C. Has a teammate that started the C capture. Could argue maybe a bit of an overextension when they had firm control of AB. Might have been able to hold that, but when these guys see a small window of opportunity to press their advantage even further, they do not hesitate to take it. In this moment, though, it might not have been the right play.
Morley pushing up out of C while one of his teammates continues to cap it. Good shots there on the shock rifle user. Oh, but Barcode shoots the platform of C to take down Sylvonic. Heads up play by the Aussie there. As Morley looking to stay alive, but he does not. This could be a trip cap now if Native Gaming want to take C. Now it looks like they're going to just hold the line and try to trap these spawners in on the C side. Disadvantageous are those spawns. As we'll switch gears here. Lies with a little lead, but Native Gaming look like they're coming back strong. Switching back here to your winner final between Sentinels and Proton Gaming. Off the start here, King of the Hill Solitude. Ammo highly contested.
That shot taking heavy fire, but dealing some heavy damage of his own. But it's Falcated. I just feel like Falcated finds a way to win so many of these 1v1s. He just rarely misses a shot, but more than that, kind of is out predicting what his opponents are going for. Lethal gets the shot on the pad there to kill a player in the dip, but despite that, Proton still have control of the hill, and they really want to get this first hill to start with an early lead.
Yeah, Lethal looking through the Matrix portal says, oh, that's a heads-up play there, Barcode. I'll take that and utilize that here on the Solitude bottom mid-hill to keep Proton out of it, but not for long. Proton have really done a good job through that highly contested positioning, and now Druck has the shock and the positioning of top snipe. Proton, it feels like after Eli, it feels like after Sentinels ran up the score early on in that previous game, this would be big for Proton to get back on the board, get back in the mix, as they do just that with the 1-0 lead.
Truck just flying overhead and laying down shots on members of Sentinels. They do ultimately take him down, but it's 4 dead for Sentinels. That means Proton not only got the first, but they get what I often call the most important transition in King of the Hill. That's from hills 1 to 2 on this map, because it's so easy to lock this second hill down. We already see they've got almost 75% of this hill done already, and it feels like it just moved.
175% uncontested, and before I even get the chance to finish that sentence, Proton are already at 90%, and now Sentinels get in the hill. But it's Falcated who's the last Spartan standing. He doesn't have the numbers or the protection through the flowers or the backside of A, and Druck a little sketchy there on that gunfight, both players, but Druck wins it, and Proton could win the early 2-0 lead. They do just that. Camo's up as well, only 30 seconds off the clock. Proton, you blink once and they're up 2-0.
enemy team took the hill.
Seen this story before, though. I've seen Sentinels lose the first 2 hills on this map and roar back with a vengeance. Maybe just play a little bit better on the other side of the map, as it looks like they do already have time in, as well as the pressure on the spawners here. Kills popping up in favor of Sentinels. Last shot, last player alive also goes down. They now recognize the snipe side spawner open, and I think Lethal is going to go straight to snipe side to apply pressure to these guys. No, as soon as that spawn comes out, recognizes that it must have flipped. Now they turn around and look at the opposite side, find the spawners on both Tram and Blue, which is actually quite a good spawn for Proton. They have a natural pinch off of their spawn point, but see if Sentinels can react to it.
This will be 3 hills in a row, Eli, that have not been contested by the team not currently scoring, as Sentinels have 100% of the scoring on this particular hill, 80% in cumulative total, as they look to roll precision with a double. Nice. Falcated earns that slay instead. The assist will do the same as far as the end result. Now we're seeing Falcated. Look at this big brain play. The pads are the main character at this point. This is unbelievable. The amount of times that we've seen the shock damage ultimately reset the map control for these teams. We saw that previously on Recharge just a second ago. Now we're seeing it on Solitude.
Was it not a week ago when we sat down with Bound for our podcast that we talked about the sandbox, and he's like, you know what's a really cool gun that you can use creatively? The Disruptor, but no one's doing it. Falcated's like, I am. Shoots the pad of the thrust to deny that rotation into yard, which Proton was going for. Big brain stuff coming out of Sentinels.
And 4th hill, look at this. All of these hills in a winter final that's highly contested, none of these hills are. All the time in favor of the team that steps foot in the hill first. And if that doesn't go to show the importance of getting an early jump on the competition, I don't know what does. Druck looking to make sure that Proton can secure that 2-hill lead once again. And with so much time on the clock, Eli, you got to still play. You got to play for the 4-1 here if you're Proton. The clock isn't even a factor. It shouldn't even be really discussed by me right now because there's so much time left on it.
Exactly right. I mean, this game should probably not go to time unless one of these hills becomes more contested than all the others we've seen so far. I mean, it's 1 minute and 10 seconds off the in-game clock, and we're on hill 5. That's just unbelievable pace for a King of the Hill game in 2024. I'll tell you that right now, especially between 2 teams that have been slain out. Think back to Recharge Oddball. The Oddball sat on the floor for a majority of all 3 rounds that were played, but somehow these teams able to get massive control for these hills on Solitude.
And Eli, the narrative of this match continues rolling on like a runaway train. The team that gets foot in the hill first usually wins it by 100% to 0 margin. This is unbelievable. I can't make sense of it. Again, in a series that's been so highly contested. You brought up that oddball previously where 3 to 5 seconds of milk at a time were like 25 seconds to 30 seconds of milk at a time because of just how tight it was. Now Sentinels putting 75% uncontested on the board for this one. And if this goes the way of the previous hills, we should have a 2-3 game.
That was such a clutch fight for Precision to win. Last shot goes for the late jump, but you could see in Precision's reticle that he read it before it happened. He said, yeah, I played against you enough, brother. I know what you're going for. And he pre-aimed upwards and gets the perfect shot anyways. I mean, it's just the meta evolving on top of the meta. If late jumps become more and more common, maybe not late jumping is a way to throw off your opponent, as Precision was ready for that one.
That's a great point, Eli. The best play in professional Halo is the one that your opposition is not expecting. And now so many players expecting the ghost drop step straight as Druck now drops off that ledge with the use of the shock rifle. Great job staying alive. Massive play. Would have been a 2v2. Instead, it's a 4v1 with Proton doing their best job contesting the hill. Like we said previously, it was rolling out of control for the first one in the hill. Proton flipping the script, having the chance to send us to a game 5.
My God, Druck just outputting so many shock shots. I don't know if any landed, but it didn't matter. That was enough to seal the deal, and we've got ourselves a game 5 in the winners finals. Proton and Sentinels. Are you guys not entertained? This is insane.
This is Halo. And did you guys see that marketing trailer the other day for Halo Infinite? It starts off and it says, "This is Halo." They probably watch a lot of LVT Halo. The just godsend of the Halo community, man. I cannot imagine not witnessing what we've seen here today. Even when we dip into the lower bracket, the tertiary matches of B, C, and D, they're looking like the A matches, right? That Argyle CTF. I go back to that. Oh, look at that. Right on cue. LVT, make sure we don't miss a second of the action. Speaking of seconds, only 5 seconds left. 3-2 lead here for still deciding. Manny and the rest of the boys looking to secure it, but Haynes has possession of the hill. Goes down shortly after. Manny dipping from the dip. The 3 go down for reversal. Perfy, and that will do it. Still deciding, take the match. And not sure where we are in that series, but a hell of a finish there to win the King of the Hill. Again, W production.
I believe I heard from production that is a 3-0 victory. Yes, still deciding, close out the series 3-0 with that. So we are on pace for that still deciding matchup against Native Gaming in the lower bracket semifinals. But before we find out who's going to go to the lower bracket finals, we got to finish this series right here. Game 5, Aqua Slayer. I cannot imagine a more, I guess, intense final Slayer that we can have. It's going to be a mad dash for those overshields. In the time between overshields, maybe a bit more of a chess match, trying to fight for mid-map control, but this is going to be a fast one.
Massive implications on the line. Flights, hotel, funding on the line for Proton Gaming as they need this win in Game 5 to all but ultimately secure a top 2 finish and the reward of earning that spot. They cannot make it through points. Even if they get top 3 this weekend, they would not make it through points, we would imagine. So this is it. They're going to have another opportunity. They could lose to Sentinels and still do it in the lower finals. But with the way Proton's been rolling, Eli, do you want to get to it? Do you really want... Do you want to give it that chance? I don't think so. I think Proton are here to take it. The sense of urgency is on them. And speaking of urgency, I'm looking at Druck, the Proton Gaming member who finally gets a chance to compete on LAN after what feels like years of being stopped at the gates. Finally will be allowed through, we hope and imagine, in London to compete in pool play in HES competition once again. Keep your eye on Druck because Aquarius sets up for his playstyle, G-sliding all over the map.
I mean, does it not set up for all members of Proton? I mean, Collect and Talik also super fast. And let's not forget, it's the last shot won the World FFA Championship on this very map. He knows these angles inside and out. He's going to know exactly where to look for players. These guys are going to be fighting so well. But then on the other side, you've got Sentinels, who I recall winning a 50-49 against Optic in a Game 5 to shut them out of a tournament during this offseason. Or I keep calling it the offseason. It just feels like it, the time between events. But yeah, I mean, both these teams are so good at this game type. This one could really go either way at the beginning, and that early momentum is going to really tell the story here.
I really like how 343 has set up that quote-unquote off-season or now mid-season, Eli, this year. Previously, we saw in Season 1, a lot of points weighted towards online gameplay. Season 2, we saw a lot of tournaments weighted towards the beginning of the LAN season or Season 2. Now in Season 3, you've got 3 weeks of opens and the major qualifier before each and every single tournament. So balance has been reached here in Season 3. Game 5 on the horizon. Proton versus Sentinels. There's no telling which way this one goes.
Here we go, Hunter. Winners bracket finals, Game 5, everything on the line. Winner of this guarantees a spot in pool play. You could argue Sentinels is pretty much locked up anyways, just based on points. Even if they were to lose this and then also lose in the lower bracket, we're pretty sure they're going to get at least one of those point spots, but they want to get first place. Boo Boo said it himself. Somebody asked him, hey, which pool do you want to be in? He said, whichever one means I won the tournament. So he wants to win today.
That's interesting.
And I respect that.
That's really interesting. And I'm not surprised from Boo Boo. He's got the heart of a lion, heart of a competitor. But laying the context for you guys, setting the stage. Winning this tournament puts you in Pool A against SSG. Winning through points puts you in Pool C against FaZe and Complexity, which many people in the community agree is the weakest of the pools for now. The sights are set on Game 5. Look at this, Boo Boo shooting through and finding shots and angles that we haven't yet seen in Halo gameplay. Competition Season 3 showing us new things. Oh my God, Eli, there's a reason why Season 3 is always the best. What was that? I don't know if I've ever seen anyone else use that exact angle and he gets a kill through it. There's actually a lot of little openings down there at the P side that you can actually chuck a grenade from one side to the other. There is a secret little crack back there, but I didn't know about that one.
Boo showing off new tech and maybe new strategies to help secure that overshield.
That unorthodox play from Boo Doo is so huge, but despite that, cheeky, sneaky positioning from Boo Doo, Proton Gaming gained the overshield. Proton Gaming gained the lead off the start, and they're rolling it into multiple possessions. 5-10. They've doubled up on Sentinels in Game 5.
Such a huge lead early on. We know momentum can swing, but having that early momentum on the side of a fast team like Proton is dangerous for Sentinels. They've got to find a way out of this base. They're trapped in the yellow base. Last two members alive, and Proton know it. That means they're going to not hesitate to aggress and flush out the base. They do so. They know they're flipping the spawns to the other side, and they look to continue to steamroll Sentinels.
Proton have absolutely stolen the beginning of this match, rolling on the competition, looking to make it a 10-kill, double-digit, multi-possession lead, and where it comes down to just being able to trade. It's still very early, though. Sentinels get it back to where they're down by half, and they need to get back on the board. Precision helps them do just that with the triple kill. Now down only 5 once again, but they still got a little bit of meat left on that bone to make it a highly contested mid-game. There we go. There's the 1 kill to make it a 1-possession game, but just like that, switches back and forth. This match is out of control.
OS is up. Looks like Falcated grabs it, but he gets taken down. I think last shot. Oh my god, they've get the first 2 overshields. Precision was trying to take some space on that yellow side, just trusting that his teammates could hold it down, but Proton made such a good push. You have to wonder if maybe if Precision's gun was in that fight, could have made the difference. But for now, it's a doubled up lead in favor of Proton, 22-11.
It was just a 4-kill game. Now it's ballooned to 11, and if that doesn't exemplify how important it is to earn overshield on Aquarius, I don't know what else does. And that's twice, Eli, that Sentinels had the positioning. Sentinels had the slays. Sentinels had it in their back pocket, but they didn't activate it in their Molnar armor. Instead, it's Proton who earned the overshield and the 9-kill lead off the start. Wow.
Here we go. Boo rushing into the blue base, knows there's members of Proton here. Maybe didn't know they had the heat wave. Signs to back up there. Heat wave shots don't do a ton of damage to him, though, so he's able to re-enter the fight. Rest of Sentinels are here, and these are the type of collapses that need to work in your favor, but it's Talik with the overkill extermination, and he's looking for more.
Lethal looking for the overkill, but Talik says, no, I've got the over. Unbelievable. Multiple multis on the screen, but it's Talik who gets the better of Lethal and Sentinels. Now back up to that double-digit 10-kill lead. And getting into the 30s here is where Proton can start to play calm, cool, and collected. You don't want to let up, but they can manipulate for trades. Talik says, what trades? I'm taking down 2 more. Give me another Jeff Steitzer double kill in the feed as Sentinels go 4 down. And if they don't come off a spawn here, Eli, with 4 in a row, I don't know how else they can do it.
You might be right. This is getting a little bit too late in the game. Proton have great positioning here. I mean, where can Sentinels possibly go? Druck holding off that left side. Meanwhile, Talik holding off the right side. Proton are just pincering their opponent. Where can Proton go here? Or sorry, where can Sentinels go? They're actually going to find a way out. Finally, Talik gets a melee and a thruster to finish off Precision, and this has gone from bad to worse. And not only that, last shot gets the next overshield as well. I think this one's over, Hunter.
Did you just say pincer? Like in the Pokemon, because Proton's looking like a shiny Rayquaza. A battle between Kyogre and Rayquaza has taken place, and shiny Rayquaza is stuffing Kyogre into the depths of the ocean right now. That's Sentinels who are, I was about to say dead in the dirt. Is that fair to say? Or am I going to get another Makowski's faded in chat? Because of what I said earlier against Bittersweet and Lies, this is kind of what it feels like again. You don't afford yourself enough of an opportunity when you go down this much.
I don't even know how to respond to the Pokemon comment. You just said some names and words that I've never heard spoken before, but I'm sure it sounded great to all the Pokemon fans in chat. Regardless, here we go. 39-25. Lethal wants to bring his team back into this, knows that it's an uphill battle, might already have decided that they probably lose this one, but he's still going to do his best to turn things around. Right now, they have all Proton trapped in the base. They've also got a good pinch on it as well. But as soon as he goes down and this collapse is not perfectly successful, this just feels like it is now over.
Wait, you don't know what Pokemon is and you threw out the pincer reference? I'm so confused, Eli. You're going to have to break this down for me later on stream. We're going to have to metify Pokemon session. And maybe I'll be the one teaching you this time. Collect teaching Sentinels a lesson as he is absolutely frying in this game. Everyone's frying. 13, 7, and 7. Everybody with at least 6 assists for Proton Gaming. So not only are they having those individual pop-off moments, they're doing it with great teamwork as well. This one is over. I can say this one confidently without people freaking out in chat. This one's it. Sentinels, I don't care if FaZe joined Sentinels right now and you had 8 versus 4, they still wouldn't beat Proton Gaming.
I mean, these guys are just playing with a level of fire that we have not seen in quite a while, and I think it makes sense. I mean, these guys are feeling very confident ever since adding Collect to the roster. Collect just fits in like a glove with these guys. He plays just as fast as they want,
Double
but
kill.
don't look now. Booba's getting a double kill at least to save some face in the series, but they have to know it's just 1 kill. This feels impossible.
Proton Gaming from the depths of the roster standings, 12th seed in the HCS, but they're looking like the #1 team in this tournament, have secured their spot in pools. We're finally going to get to witness Druck on land. Finally, so excited for this. You could say I'm biased for this, as Proton have stamped their ticket to London. Congrats to Collect, Druck, Tolic, Last Shot, and the coach Trey Try. Jagged Cloud as well over at Proton Gaming. Hard-earned ticket stamped to London.
These guys came into today with a game plan. They said, let's just win everything. Let's not even make it a question. We don't want to go to point calculations. We've got to win today to make it, and they have earned their spot. We will be seeing these guys in London, and Sentinels, while they are likely guaranteed via points, are going to have to earn their way back into the grand finals to see who gets first or second, because still keep in mind the difference between first and second does change the fate of these teams as to what pool they end up in. We'll have to see how all that plays out.
Unbelievable day. Thank you guys so much for your time and attention in the chat. I believe that's going to do it for Eli and I. If you guys enjoy our commentary, throw some support on socials. Drop us a follow. Subscribe to our YouTubes, our Twitch. We'll probably be streaming live later with Drops On together, running through the matchmaking playlist to get some practice in for LVT Orlando later this week. For now, though, we'll say so long and see you later.
All right, Tools, man, Proton getting it done. You know, I had messaged one of their coaches earlier before this tournament started, and I asked them, hey, if you guys don't get top 2, are you guys going to London? And they said there's no world where we're even considering that. So it sounds like they had to win, Tools.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just came into today saying it's do or die, and well, they've done it. They're in. They can relax just a little bit more with what they've been able to do today. The real question is what's going down in that losers bracket at the moment. There's some big matchups to come, and the big one on screen, right? Still deciding versus Native Gaming. Native in a pretty good spot to qualify by points. We know Cloud9 is going to qualify through points. One spot still up for grabs. This is the teams. So right now, Sentinels has that first spot when it comes to points. If they get back into grand finals, then it comes down to who gets that last spot, and it'll be either Still Deciding or Native Gaming. Either way, they can go qualify by getting top 2 today, but this is the 3rd and 4th place teams when it comes to the points. It's a huge game for Still Deciding in particular. If they want to get in, there's no other way for them to do so. They have to win here today, and then hopefully if the pro points work out, I have to go get a list of how many pro points you get for whatever placing that you get. They're down a little bit on Native Gaming, but they could make it up by getting that 3rd to 4th differential in this game.
Lot on the line. This is your elimination semifinals. Sentinels waiting on the other side. And Tools, obviously there's been a bit of a roster mania that happened just before this tournament, Tools. Still Deciding. That's not the Still Deciding that we had weeks leading up to this.
No, the roster menu went absolutely crazy today, or I should say yesterday and the day before. Manny obviously getting dropped for Collect just caused an entire wave of roster changes from top to bottom. And so far, I mean, Proton look really good with Collect. Still Deciding. I'm sure Manny wants to get back into that grand finals to show that that wasn't the right decision. Monster being picked up at the last moment. Those pro points that he had could be a difference maker between them or Native Gaming getting that final spot, depending on how all these results pan out.
Indeed, and I think one player that I want to keep my eye on is Monster, and that mouse and keyboard. It feels like the man has had some sort of a rebirth, right? And I'm liking what I'm seeing out of Monster. Tools, what are your thoughts on Monster's switch to mouse and keyboard?
I think it's the perfect thing for him, right? It's I feel like it's going to revitalize his career here. When you're a player that's up and coming, and especially when you have like sort of that controversial edge to you, you have to find things that put you above and beyond everyone else that's fighting for these roster spots. I believe Monster's done that by going to mouse and keyboard. He's more efficient at being able to be aggressive on the map, and that's the trademark of Monster, right? He has high engagements in all maps. When he was filling in for the Sentinels team, they went to a game 5 Slayer. He had 18 kills, 17 deaths. That just giving you an idea of how active he always is on this map.
Well, let's take a look at the lobby right now. It's got a long way to go, Tools, so we're just hanging out for a moment. If you're here on the channel, ladies and gents, we do run ads, right? But it's these ads that ensure that we can do what we need to do, because there's a big list, Tools, right, of who and what make this a reality. And I just want to take a moment, right before the end of the broadcast, right? Let's give our flowers here for a moment here in the middle while we can. This is an all-encompassing list of credits for the Open Series events that you have seen on LVT Halo over the last few weeks. It takes a village, Tools.
That's a lot of people, right? A lot of people that are involved in making this happen. Obviously, we see the talent on screen every weekend and week out, but you don't see a lot of people that are doing a lot of work behind the scenes, even over here at LVT or maybe over on the Faceit side or the DSA side who help administrate this bracket. There's a lot of people making these wheels work, and thankfully, a lot of competent people, because the show's been great today. We have had nonstop action for what feels like 4 hours on straight now.
It's been red zone coverage here on LVT. Yeah, I want to give a special shout out to the DSA group. DSA, you see there in the special things portion, they're admins that run these Halo tournaments on the Faceit side. They help Faceit Halo get these things done. Led by Bittersweet, an amazing person in the Halo community, and people to look up to. Yeah, and then second of all, the moderators, right? We have a lot of moderators here on the LVT Halo, but these moderators listed: Kills in the Night, Lucinity, Jesus, Spying Ryan, Izzy, Scout, Anxiety. They're the ones that are, in the LVT Halo Discord moderator chat. That they work together to make sure that the things are as fun as possible in the chat. So a special shout out to moderators here in this situation, and of course producers, observers, talent, hosts, all the good stuff you see listed there. And yeah, this lobby getting one step closer. I believe we're missing 2 more players, Tools, but predictions, if you will, native versus still deciding.
I almost wanted to, in my heart, just to say still deciding, so that we get some drama when it comes to the final to these final moments of who's going to go in and who's going to go out. Native basically secures their spot of a win here, so just for the preface of making things a little mixy and interesting for the next round, I feel like I have to put my lot with the still deciding crew.
Well, a lot of hopefuls in the chat as well for APG and the native gaming side. Mikwin, Barcode, Gilkey, the newest addition to this roster. And we're starting things off on Empyrean, it looks like. So I'm looking at Gilkey picking up that sniper rifle.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to Gilkey in particular. I feel like he always does something crazy on this map in particular, Empyrean. Like, if you go through Gilkey highlights, all the highlights happen basically on this map in particular, which is pretty funny. Remember that he got like a kill tack all the way back, and man, so it's almost like a year ago, man. I'm trying to remember what event it was, but he has some crazy clips on this map.
He does indeed. He always seems to step up on this map. I feel like he's very comfortable on this map, and it looks like everybody's in this lobby as well, Tools. We're gonna take a quick 30 seconds, make sure we got all our graphics and stuff in line. But here in just a few moments, we'll have our caches. We're gonna be getting into this elimination semifinal. We still got Mac and Eli. I know they were trying to leave, but we need them just for a little bit longer. We do have another set of casters coming through in here in a moment. But ladies and gents, don't go anywhere, as you can see this match starting very soon.
All right, sorry. I thought we were done, but you know what?
We're still here.
I'll take it, Eli. I am more than happy to be joined alongside you and the Halo community for more Halo as we continue on through Championship Day number 2 for major qualifier for HCS London. We've already seen one team stamp their ticket. Now it's on these two teams to see who's going to, again, take fate into their own hands. You don't want to have to rely on points. It gets way too mixy. If you look at the spreadsheet, I'm not good at math anyways, but that math ain't mathing up for some of these two teams. That one will very potentially be on the outside looking in. Massive match here. Your elimination semis between Native Gaming still deciding your life.
Interesting. Gilkey grabs a sniper on this map when we saw Mick win the sniper on Argyle. But Gilkey's the guy. He's been playing since we were playing on Halo 3, so maybe that's part of the reasoning here. Mickwin just saying, like, you know what? You've probably sniped top tower more than I have. You go ahead and have fun. He's also disgusting with it. Monster with the sniper on the other side, and M&K sniping has been absolutely unreal. You guys have seen the Twitter clips, I'm sure. So he's actually going to get the snipe ammo from Gilkey. Maybe a bit of an ill-advised push there, and it's actually just going to go ahead and extend all the way to this back wall and force those spawners into the courtyard.
I think what's key for professionals that are making the switch to mouse and keyboard is having the same level of reticle discipline like we see there on that pre-fire body shot no scope from Monster. Having the same level of reticle discipline as you would on the controller. That's what I see when I watch guys like Woodham, and I'm seeing that develop and form even for guys like Monster as he works his way through to S1, an orthodox flag run taking place, and should likely get reset instead as, yeah, McWin has it. 2 coming through The long haul, one through the green. That does get reset. Still tied.
McWin playing great defense here. He's gonna not only kill the player green hall, but also extend out to the long haul, push this player back. While one shot does peek through green, but not for long. Wants to get those shields back. And this is what you like to see on the side of Native. They're playing good defense, but the aggression from Still Deciding. They're going to force their way in with brute force. Barcode, last player to stop it from happening. He's going to get that very important kill, but King Nick is still there on the other side.
Barcode put the hoodie on his VR, but he goes down to the shots from Rami. McWin now on the top side is Snipe, looking to prevent a potential pull. Defense has been strong for Native Gaming, but they haven't broken through that 50-yard line just yet. It's really been Still Deciding who feels like they've been taking the fight through this Native Gaming roster. But there's an important moment in the match coming up here. 15 seconds till OS and Rockets are available to both teams.
McWin just trying to hold down the side. He sees his teammates dying in that kill feed, though. Misses the melee as well. APG going to be the last player alive on it. Native, can he possibly get the OS? He's going to try to, but knows he has to take down King Nick first. A rare shoddy bandit trade. Don't see that one very often, but it's going to at least open enough space for Gilkey to come in and grab it. But this flag might go all the way home.
Monster through to the long haul, and before Gilkey can even get eyes towards the flag, that flag has been put in for a 1-0 lead. Still Deciding, take it off the start, but a counter cap will ensue. Good job to mitigate the overshield, but great job to grab it by Gilkey. No, great job to mitigate the overshield. Because of that, Gilkey goes down shortly after. You thought he was going to have a chance to run that, at least make the jump to Green Hall, but he does not. McWin, there's no way he didn't notice that the Rockets are there. I think this is glitched, unfortunately. Sometimes when they drop down on the trading side of the map, they're no longer able to be picked up. That can happen with Sniper or Rockets, and it looks like, unfortunately, that's what's taking place here, as McWin is not able to take advantage of the power weapon to earn a counter cap. Still Deciding will take a 1-0 lead and maybe even back the 50-yard line.
Yeah, a bit of a probably frustrating moment there for McWin, as he wanted to put that rocket to use, but it ends up just baiting him into a bad position. He gets taken down. Still Deciding has a sniper as well, and if King Nick can land a couple of headshots, could convert the situation, but no, he gets body shot by the other side, and now he just looks to play defense instead.
King Nick lining up that reticle down the long haul, now the green, just waiting for that push from a Native Gaming roster that needs to score to tie things up. As Still Deciding, turn that early breakage through the 50-yard line, turn that early aggressiveness into a 1-0 lead. Again, it's been good defense for Native Gaming, not great, not good enough to stop Still Deciding from not only scoring one, but maybe two here, as King Nick takes the spawner. That's Gilkey down now with McWin spawning on S1 as well. Just the squint, just the scope of the sniper rifle could be enough, and that's why King Nick, is not pressed to push on through. All he had to do there was maintain his positioning. The Barcode with the positioning could pull. No,
wow.
That is a massive play there. It goes to show King Nick had that great snipe previously, but after that, all he has to do is maintain his positioning with that power weapon, gets that flag through to the long haul, and gets it in for a 2-0 lead.
Such an impressive start here from Still Deciding. McWin just still over here in Still Deciding's base, which is totally fine. As long as he keeps them occupied, that means his teammates should have an easier time getting these rockets and overshield. Barcode gets the slay finish and is going to back up and grab rockets. Surely some grenades are going to come in, but predicts that he's going to be pushed quick. Decides to just go ahead and burn those rockets. Gets one kill out of it, but also burns a second just in case there's another member of Still Deciding on their way. Just wants to give no resources back to Still Deciding.
I like that play there from Barcode. I actually shot myself in the foot with rockets yesterday, hoping to prevent the other team from grabbing it. I think that's what Barcode's idea was there, as Gilkey has the back wall with the snipe. And it looks like this could be a chance for Native Gaming to get back on the board, but Manny's going to make it more difficult. Manny's going to make it so Native Gaming have to find a reset, and he pulls it towards the snipe side. So I don't think this is a run, Eli, where they're looking to score. They're just looking to pull Native Gaming to that disadvantageous snipe side. They're progressing, and nonetheless, Gilkey, this is going to be tough to stay alive. If he goes down, they're going to get it through OS. Oh my God, what looked like a pull from Manny to just force Native Gaming to have to reset might just reset the series with Still Deciding in a 1-0 lead.
Monster just brute forcing his way through the runway with the repulse and chases Gilkey down. McWin is going to get the sniper, but I think this flag's not going to be sniped at. They still do have Still Deciding's flag in their base. A snipe battle ensues, and Monster gets two snipes back to back. This guy, like I said, man, there's just been something different about Monster on mouse and keyboard. He's finally in his comfort zone. He's been a professional in other games on mouse and keyboard, Fortnite, H1Z1. So mouse and keyboard, definitely his wheelhouse, and he's been making it work in Halo as well. Previously, he's also burning the snipe shot for the frag grenade shot, which kind of makes sense. Doesn't want to, I guess, give as much ammo to, yeah, it's one way to burn the ammo when he's likely to die, just to deplete those resources.
Now, here's the situation as we see it. 5 minutes left on the clock, but with both flags out in the base, meters away from being scored, this heavily favors Still Deciding. This is what they want. If the game goes for 5 minutes and this is what we stare at the entire time, Still Deciding would love that, as it's not on them to score next. It's on Native Gaming, and not just on Native Gaming to score next. They got to do it twice. So the longer this standoff occurs, the longer Native Gaming might just be standing still.
McQuinn unable to put the sniper to much use. Standoff does continue, and like you said, the standoff favors the team already in the lead. Theoretically, if Native can never return their own flag, there's no way they could even extend the game, because unless they were within one score, then that's when they would extend to overtime. But as long as this standoff goes on, the better it is for Still Deciding.
At what point in the match, Eli, if you're the coach for Native Gaming, would you send all 4 to go for that reset? Is it in the next minute, 2 minutes, 1 minute left? How do you feel about that?
It's hard to say, honestly. I mean, if you're going to send all 4, it's got to be predicated on good information and knowledge of which sides of the map your opponents are on. Wow, look at the Insta-splode sticky from Barcode. You know he knows his Halo history. He's been studying Walshy for many years before he became a pro, and putting some of that tech to work right there. Love to see that, but yeah, I mean, it's really hard to say. If you think there's a chance that somebody could slip through to your side and get the return, it might not be worth it. But at the same time, if they don't get this return, like I said, they just lose by default.
I think here's where you send all 4. Manny's the last player alive. Manny goes down, and here we go. APG with the re, and Native Gaming. Oh my God! It gets grabbed for now. APG's going to have a full other reset cycle to go through. This Monster looks to keep his flag alive. Repulses it. Actually, it looked like without it being in the air. Monster now rotating the snipe back towards this flag back towards snipe 1. As Monster and Still Deciding, no freaking way. After going all 4 down, that's the problem. I don't think Native Gaming sent enough numbers to reset this flag. Every second that ticks away is a second closer to a 1-0 lead for Still Deciding.
You see the way Gilkey grabbed that sniper? He actually jumped over it instead. I think maybe expecting Monster to watch and be ready for the slide. It's just a more common way to slide in that situation, but he actually jumps over it as he grabs it. Maybe a little bit of a mix-up. Maybe I'm over-analyzing it, but Monster now pushing up, and they look to close the game here. If they can return their flag, this is a GG's go next for Native Gaming.
Flag gets pulled. Monster, like a turret, confidently standing on all. I was gonna say 4 like he's a dog, but 2 feet instead. Eventually goes down. 3 go down for Still Deciding once again. But again, Eli, Native Gaming haven't sent enough numbers to reset the flag. They've got to now. Now is the time. You've got to send all 4. You cannot leave one back. The person who dies next, that's McWin, his role will be to pull the flag, and then McWin would need to sprint out towards the reset. You cannot wait a second longer if you're Native Gaming. If you do, this clock's gonna bleed out. So are you.
Wow, Monster just burns the snipe ammo to grab the rockets. He's trying to deny any potential opportunity for Native. That repulse doesn't send the rocket back. Maybe it was just pressed a little bit too late. I don't know. That'd be an interesting one to play back, but King Nick here, he's just going to continue to play defense here. This is exactly what they need to do as long as this flag stays in their base. Only another minute and a half, so time dwindling down. Even if Native do win this reset in the next 30 seconds, they've only got a minute left to pull another flag.
Does Still Deciding have a coach? Because this is one of those mixy endgame scenarios where a coach is a massive advantage. And Still Deciding have been the ones that have played this perfectly. Twice we saw Still Deciding get wiped, all 4 members dead. But they still somehow have maintained this standstill, this standoff again. Like we said earlier, if it goes all 5 minutes, GG's go next. 1-0 lead for Still Deciding.
And look at this. They decided to hold the flag. I think this flag is getting returned, though. This should be a cap on the board for Native. And it is. And not only that, Barcode's ready to pull the next as well, but he gets shut down so quick. Good job by Still Deciding. They understand, like, okay, yes, they can get a cap, but as long as we don't stop them from double capping, we're good to go. And I think they elect to just play defense out for the last 30 seconds.
And the Slays are dead even here. Native Gaming has a +1 kill death disparity. So this has all come down to strategy and execution, as Native Gaming, similar to that kind of thought we had in the Slayer 2 times, too little too late. Kind of feels like that here and now, with desperation reeking in the air, still deciding to stick their nose up, sniff it out. As APG goes down, Monster drops down to S1. And if one more player drops from Native Gaming, that's it. That'll do it. Still deciding with a heady, strategical Game 1 victory.
That was just denying any opportunity to your opponent to play the video game. I mean, they said, well, like, what are you going to do? We're just going to hold your flag. We're going to post up. We're going to watch every possible entryway you could get into our base. We're going to hold it hostage. They did a fantastic job of that. So I think now what we're going to actually do between games 1 and 2, we're going to take a quick break. And on the other side, we're going to have Tony and Garrett on the cast.
Hello and welcome back. Still Deciding gets game number 1 on to game 2. I'm Tools, joined with me. Why not be reckless as we bring you guys this elimination semifinals to determine who's going to make pool plays at London.
I've been seeing some of the gameplay, and I ain't the only one reckless in here. I'm telling you, Still Deciding. We're doing their thing, specifically the man on screen Monster, man. The dude was matching his kills with assists. It was crazy what we were seeing in that game number 1. Now we're going to see if they can carry it out to game 2. They're still deciding if they want to keep that energy.
Monster, a really great player for this roster, just because I believe he brings this pace that's needed for this team to keep up with some of the better teams in the HCS. He's always going to be getting in engagements. Expect high kill and death counts from him with a plethora of assists to go in between. This is a man that loves to be in the front lines.
Monster putting in the work for the easy kill, goes in and puts max damage onto Gilkey. Although it doesn't get that kill, the assist is good enough, as they had a 1 kill lead, now tied up at the moment. Still Deciding. I've been playing well, but Barcode even better. Dude has 6 of his team's 8 kills.
Monster expected those players to start to funnel out of the base. Instead, Native Gaming, they create themselves a stronghold within. Unfortunately for Manny, it resulted in his death, and Native Gaming able to stabilize just a bit for now, as this game is about an equilibrium.
Decent shots come out of Barcode right there. Even better job of staying alive as he mans the big door side. Now gonna relocate just a bit. Manny has already made it through, but can't say the same for Ramby. The cleanup is gonna be awarded to Monster. Gilkey hits the black screen as well, and Still Deciding getting a 2 kill advantage.
Oh man, so unfortunately he goes down right there, but I love his play, right? It's so often what your life is about is value, right? How much value can you extract out of every death on this map? Well, Manny, last player alive for his team, able to grab a double kill on his way out. Unfortunately, does go down on the pick, not able to get those shields back out, but already you're starting to see players really show how much each death counts in this game and ensuring that they don't go down too early.
Well, that was a 3 down, 4 still deciding, and Native Gaming should have easy access towards this camo, but the spawners coming in from still deciding, spawning toward that small window. Gilkey recognizes the situation, turns it into a flank toward the key door side, takes down 1, but still 2 down for Native Gaming, and Monster now already dangerous when you can see him. Now he's camouflaged.
Patient play, right? Players all around him. He knows, hey, I don't have to be the first one to engage. I have camouflage. Wait till someone else takes a shot. Once they commit to that player, I come in with a camo, and it's easy work from it. Oh, little ghost jump, staying up in the vent. The mouse and keyboard sniper not going to be enough, but love the little tech right there from Monster to stay over at top mid.
It's been a tight game so far here. And Native making even tighter with that kill. APG was able to get away with that sniper. 5 bullets to work with, make it 4 after just barely missing out on the shot onto Rami. They're gonna relocate just a bit, but APG sniffing out Manny, gonna trade out his life to make sure he goes down. But Gilkey gets absolutely hunted down, and once again still deciding winning another engagement. 4 kill advantage, might make it 5 for them.
Still deciding are playing a really fast game, especially Manny on the top of your scoreboard over there. 9 deaths thus far. We're seeing really quick flanks from him. He doesn't really care if his teammates are in position. He just has a confidence that he's going to be able to get that first kill. And as long as he trades out, he's confident in what's to come. And Monster confident in this double. He's about to turn it into 3. No, Mickwood shutting it down before it could go any further.
33 to 27 advantage for still deciding at the moment, and Manny on the tower side, that melee just a little bit early there. APG gonna get the best of him, but still deciding, having the advantage. King Nick wants to work a little 1-2 combo toward the mid side. Tower side control firmly in the hands of Native Gaming. The commando putting damage down to multiple players, but eventually King Nick gets overheated on, and Monster comes out with a double. Rami takes down the 3rd. That's 4 down.
Look at the stats of Monster. 10 kills, 10 assists, 7 deaths. What we say, he loves to get into those engagements, oftentimes in that front line. This guy's been incredible for this team thus far, but this is where things get precarious. You see these kills starting to go in front in Native's favor. Monster trying to turn his luck with that nade shot isn't going to be enough, but still deciding need to make sure that they know how to change their pace. Native Gaming now have control of this map. Slow it down, look for that first pick, and then make your engagement.
And another incredible game so far. We're still deciding. Balanced attack coming out from all 4 members. Native Gaming has able to keep things close. Now going into the end game, we get to see what both teams are made of here. 3 kills separate them. Rami gets aggressive. King Nick with the bait and switch takes him down. Rami down to the low ground here. Nobody home just yet. That's because still deciding on getting kill after kill. 41 now, only needing 9 more to win the game.
A Monster causes the first engagement to go down. The Native Gaming, only 1 player over at this tower, still deciding. But I just say them play quick, finish off those kills, and flip out this map.
Excellent shots from Rami. Barcode still alive. Rami will play his life here, and Barcode still takes down King Nick. Not sure how he got that one. Meanwhile, Rami just struggling with the skill.
No. Go back.
No, Rami, don't do it. Don't do it.
Come on, you gotta at least try a 3rd time. You don't make it twice. Give it the 3rd try. Monster though, he's always been in the right spot, right time. It seems like this game. Sniper in his hand, a beautiful nade to get the first, and Gilkey's head almost just got peeled. APG's will. A Monster going insane with this sniper. Barcode, you best be hiding. Hit the player off the spawn. No more snipe ammo left to stop Monster. Oh my lord, what this guy's been able to do.
McWing gets a squad spawn right behind Barcode, gets body shot with that sniper. You know, he was not expecting that, as APG was expecting King Nick to push down the low ground, but still just 1 more kill needed for still deciding, but may just be the hardest kill in this game right now. We see both players are still deciding, attacking the green side. And it looks like they're finally going to get what's rightfully there as a 50-45 win, still deciding with a 2-game advantage.
Monster responsible for 27 positive engagements for his team. That's more than half the kills that he's directly responsible for. 15 kills, 12 assists in that game. And remember, assists in this game, it's not like Halo 5 or some of the other Halos that you play where you get a bit of damage and it counts. No, you have to get at least half the damage on a player to get assists. You see it in the stat screen. His kills, his assists, his damage, it's so high. And I think largely due to the way that he's been playing, this aggressive role with mouse and keyboard, he's able to swap to any engagement. And boy, does he hit pretty shots.
Yeah, I think that not only does this really work for his gameplay, he wants to put down max damage, he wants to put down damage on some multiple different players, but he has an ability to stay alive with these two, and more importantly, he has the communication that's clear, quick, and decisive enough for if he's not the one getting the kills, his team are. And at the end of the day, it's about playing for that advantage, not playing for the kill. As long as you put the enemy team in a 4v3 scenario, a 4v2, or even a 3v1 scenario, you control the map, and that's what Monster brings to the table.
The difference in this game right now, both these teams going to London. The question is, where do they start competing at London? There's four spots up for pool play. 2 of them going to be determined by the top 2 in today's tournament. The other 2 by pro points. Cloud9 already takes one of those pro point spots after they finish top 8 in today's tournament. On the other side, the points race is close. Native Gaming have an advantage with those points, but whoever wins this match will overtake that last spot for points. Now, they still have a chance to get top 2 if they win this, right? Sentinel stands in their way, but the difference between competing in the open bracket and competing in pool play is this series. Native Gaming, I'm sure they would love not to have to run through the gauntlet of that open bracket, but they'll have to do it by reverse sweeping, still deciding.
Yeah, that's crazy. I know both of these teams want to make it into pool play. Both of these teams want it. I mean, you're guaranteed at that point top 16 in the tournament. And like you kind of said, just to add on to that, there's no shots you want to play through that open bracket. There's so much talent that's going to be at London. This matchup, so many implications on the line, and right now it's still deciding that have, their destiny within their hands. One more game, and they're pulling off the sweep here at Native Gaming. We've seen a lot. We've seen a damn good series, but we need to see more.
They were in this situation just a day ago, right? Last time in the winner's bracket, they were down 0-2 against the bittersweet roster. Game 3, an oddball. It was a close game. APG was able to make some clutch plays to help them overcome a very close game 3, but from there, that was the road that they needed to make that reverse sweep a reality for them yesterday. They're going to need some more of that grittiness in this game 3 against still deciding a roster that was formed just over 24 hours ago. These guys largely for the first time playing with each other. They've never scrimmed with each other yet. They look this promising in today's tournament.
Yeah, I feel like the still deciding roster, was made up of I don't want to use the phrase leftover, but it's players that were left looking for a home. When Rami, King Nick, and when back when Colette was on this roster, like they were players that were looking for a home, and it's like, let's come together, let's see what we can do together. And they've done some damn good things. And even now, Colette finding a new home with Proton Gaming, Manny seeing that as an opportunity to jump on board with this roster. And now you're bringing Monster. Like this team, they're facing adversity at every single corner, but they're answering the call. They're really putting their foot to the pedal and really emptying the tank out in each and every one of these tournaments. And I've actually become a fan of this still deciding roster. We've seen multiple iterations of it, but I've become a fan of them.
Well, on the other side though, Gilkey being added to this native roster, it was not the greatest start, but I feel like week in and week out, we've seen them get that little bit better And obviously Gilkey having this connection with Mick Wynn, APG from back in the day. They've all teamed with each other before. I feel like this is a roster that's just it's gonna be like fine wine. You know what I'm saying, Tony? It's gonna age with time, and it's gonna be something that I think towards the end of this season, they're gonna be a team that's gonna be in that conversation when we talk about breaking into the top 3.
Yeah, we saw them play SSG really well. We saw what they did literally last week, and so far Native Gaming seemingly moving in the right direction, but close. No cigar is not going to be enough here for Native Gaming. They're going to have to pull off a reverse sweep against a very capable, very hungry, still deciding roster. As we're on board now with Barcode, who was able to grab a hold of that red gun. The Nile grenades go down, but getting attacked from 2 different angles, eventually goes down himself.
Oh, Monster leaving a surprise for Mick Wynn in the shroud screen. Oh, you might be hidden from everyone else, but you're not hidden from Monster's grenade. The perfect blueberry will get him a double kill and plenty of ball time for Still Deciding early in this game.
20-0 run here for Still Deciding. Monster grabbing a hold of that ball and has his teammates with them, so a nice little setup coming together here for Still Deciding. As there's some presence over toward the purple side, Gilkey was able to take down his former teammate in King Nick, and as 2 go down for Still Deciding, this was an opportunity, but Manny gets the kill. Still the advantage for Native Gaming.
Man, he was just standing over the platform. He has his headset cranked up. He just turns around. He's like, "Oh, you're just gonna run past me. I'll put 5 shots right into that back." Fantastic work from him, just being aware of what's going around him and getting those shots downrange. So far, though, it seems as if Native Gaming just having trouble on getting the setup right. They've been able to get those couple kills, but they haven't been able to string together a nice place to hold this ball, and that looks to be a continuing problem. Oh, Rami, rest in peace. Let's just take a second, Tony. May he be remembered.
36-0 run here. We're Still Deciding as we go back on board with Rami, looking for redemption after that one. Takes down a 1-shot with a great grenade. Gilkey eventually being a part of that double kill. A response coming out of Rami. 6-3 before hitting the black screen here, but with camouflage coming up, this is what the fight is really about. Barcode chasing down, I believe it's a Manny on the other side of things. Manny caught himself in between a Native Gaming sandwich, and with that, Native put their first points on the board.
Oh, 3 players going down for Still Deciding. Native has a real opportunity to go for a run here. Priority number 1, identify the spawns. Priority number 2, take your space and be aware of this timing. 2 players from Still Deciding pushing out that left side to get towards Cafe. They break their way through. It's up to Barco to decide, am I going to keep rotating towards PD, or am I throwing this out in the middle?
Shotgun out here for Monster. 2 shots, not going to be enough. King Nick with the cleanup there as Barcode ends up going down. And Manny has found his way through the B stair side. Looks like Native Gaming not ready for it. It was able to get the kill onto 1. Takes down both players right there, does Manny. And now on the other side of things, you do see Native pushing up through purple. And Barcode, he's good. He's damn good.
Well, Barcode's really the only reason that Native Gaming is somewhat in this game right now. The amount of 1v1 PIV fights that he's won in important moments in this game has stopped Still Deciding from running away with this thing, but the rest of the team needs to catch up. We need to see more team-oriented plays, and that's what I feel like we're starting to see develop from Native Gaming, but careful plays like this make the difference. It's happened twice. Oh, Barcode has Rami's number.
He has many people's number right now, man. Barcode has been playing like a man possessed so far. A large reason why Native Game were able to keep it close because of him, but Monster has been having one hell of a series as well. What a kill by him. Barcode and Native need this camouflage. They need something.
Well, the fight for the camo, Native Gaming, because they're down by so much, they feel like they can't take that detour to grab camouflage. They push their numbers out towards that ball carrier, understanding that this game is almost over, and Monster's done a fantastic job of just playing keep away, stay away. It's 90 seconds and counting. This camo, I don't think it's going to come in handy. Like, I don't think they're going to get there in time.
And they got the camo. They won the battle. But looks like Still Deciding may just win the war. But they just have gone 3 down, 2 seconds shy of stealing the round. Who's Still Deciding, and if Native Gaming plays something that resembles Perfect Halo, maybe they come back. Maybe they commit highway robbery.
It's gonna be tough with how Still Deciding are coordinating their push. They're going 3 strong up to this driveway. Priority for them, just call out where that player is, get your bandits connected, and fly at the opponents. Do not let Native spawn on top of this ball carrier. That's priority number 1. Open up all the tertiary spawns. You see APG, he has a trek to Mordor if he wants to get to this help. It's up to Native Gaming to win some crucial 1v1s as they try to throw that ball out towards APG so he can get to the help.
Barcode down to 1 shot himself. Denial grenade goes down. He knows there's a player right there over toward the A side, and it doesn't matter. Because on the other side of things, Still Deciding, grab a hold of what matters most, and that's that ball. And that's round. Good God.
Scrum to shots. And it might just be a 3-0. We're Still Deciding. Native Gaming's back against the wall. What does this team do when everything is on the line? So far, Barcode's been impressive with his ability to win pivotal fights for his team, but we need to see more. Just all around for Native Gaming, we need to see better slaying, better position on the map, better setups if they're going to take the second round.
Oh, they went 3 down, so not exactly the start that you want to see here for Native Gaming. Still Deciding continuing to punish them from the first 2 games to that round number 1, and the objective efficiency, the slay, just so much going in favor of them as Monster takes to the skies in order to avoid any damage, makes it through the ATM side, and more importantly, makes it out alive, 25-0.
Oh boy, Monster cracks me up, man. The way that he plays. I mean, is he a Disney movie from 2005? Because he went sky high, Tony. Impressive stuff from him when he gets engagements, right? He always likes to be in that front line. He's quick to get damage, but he doesn't stay on these crosses. He quickly turns around. He's looking for that next engagement at all points in time.
Firm setup here for Still Deciding. 2 members of Native Gaming trying to cross through the purple side, but looks like the cross was watched and dealt with. Barcode snatching up that ball, bringing it back to that subway side. Still Deciding 3 down. Native want to take advantage.
I mean, it's not want, it's need at this point. Barcode helps it out that first kill with that spike grenade, but we need to see Native Gaming be more prominent on the front line, start pushing into the spawns. Is Still Deciding, get as much space for your oddball carrier as possible, right? 3 players go down. The question is, where are these spawns for Native Gaming? Did they buy enough space for it not to matter? Barcode is able to have an outlet to get towards APG. It's just going to come down to these slays.
32-18 run right now, and a huge kill coming out of King Nick. That jiggle beat, so tough when you use the environment against your opponent. And now Gilkey down to 1 shot himself, but Native Gaming running out of time. They have to continue to get aggressive. 3 down goes Still Deciding. Will we see a clean setup out of Native Gaming?
I like how Gilkey's getting this space over on this right side. I'd like to see him possibly slow this down, right? You don't have any help for these engagements. You need to let the other team push into you and hit some crucial shots with the stalker rifle. And unfortunately for him, there was no help, right? He's isolated on his lane. Although you have that power weapon, you have to be cautious about the fights that you take. Instead, Native Gaming go 3 down once again. APG trying to pick up the pieces as everyone fell down around him.
Just 4 points in between these 2 juggernauts at the moment here, but Native Gaming, the ones who desperately not only need this round, but this game in order to stay alive in this series, to stay alive in this tournament right now. For Native Gaming, APG has that ball, but Manny trying to find an entry point. Excellent shots out of him. Eventually, Gil gets the black screen, and that creates an opening now for Still Deciding to just rush through Subway. Manny still gets to trade out. Not a bad life out of him.
a better life out of APG though, right? Where he was last alive for his team, got a crucial kill on that oddball, and then also was able to get himself 15 to 17 seconds of ball time there as the rest is still deciding, try to get into that action. Topping that off with the trade slows down the push from still deciding, and Mick, when last alive, doesn't get to the ball in time. Oh no, it's disaster. Still deciding, they spawn at Cafe, and for absolute free, no, a steal of ball time here.
That's devastating for McWin and Native Gaming. Still deciding, hopping right on that ball and bringing it back toward the A side. And like I said, wasn't free. It was damn near robbery at that point. But Native Gaming do respond, and they do at least stop them from scoring. Rami with this camouflage. Oh man.
A moment of silence.
Rami.
May he be remembered. Brutal deaths over there, but still deciding, still within reach of this game. Native Game, you see them congregated over by this PD, very tight in this, and they need to ensure they get this first kill, then find space immediately. But Monster's checking his corners, got that damage down. Is that enough for still deciding to make this push?
Rami, 20 kills to his name, 13 assists right now, but every time we hop on board with them, we just happen to curse him just a little bit. 75 to 43 run at the moment. Switching gears towards Manny. Excellent shots from him, but APG finds the angle all the way down from the ATM window. Just 16 seconds needed. Rami was able to take down APG. Barcode, the nades are down, and so is Rami. King Nick refuses to trade out, though was able to take down Barcode, and Yoki is flying into the action right now. A pivotal point in this game. Both of these teams wanting a clean round of slays, but it's still deciding. They're sending body after body toward the purple side, and Native Gaming sending them right back to where they came from, right back to the black screen.
Fantastic plays from APG, right? He comes into that fight, Monster causing all sorts of mayhem, has that shotgun in the hands. What does APG do? Slow it down, back up. You understand that player is going to push you. He's able to get a massive pick on the Monster and allow his team to get this remaining amount of ball time because of his crucial play right there. 28 and 14, really starting to heat up in this second round. Honestly, one of the best performances I think I've seen from him yet in that second round of Oddball. The question for Native Gaming is whether they can keep that momentum, run with it into round 3. I think they played brilliantly, especially during that second half of that Oddball round.
And APG on screen, 28 kills, 10 assists, even putting up 36 seconds worth of points. I saw some haters in the chat earlier. They might be a little quiet right now as Gilkey does advance that ball forward, maybe just using it as bait, trying to draw in the defenses of still deciding. Shotgun is out, but the repulse keeps him back from King Nick, and eventually Manny comes in for the cleanup. Monster cleans up his kill as well. That's 3 down for Native Gaming.
APG has a world of a challenge in front of him, right? Not only was he trying to keep him off that ball, he's trying to keep him off camo. He was successful at that, though. Look at this camo, still up for grabs because of the work that APG did when he was last alive. And Native, they have a decent position in order to potentially grab that camo as Barcode breaks his way into the ball.
Barcode, he's in that environment, whips out the shotgun. Gotta love that quick thinking coming out of Barcode to trade out his life. Subway side just cleared out. Everybody wanted to get in. King Nick kept out, and Manny with the camouflage. Momentarily the only player in there, instead of shooting early, gives off that intel, uses that camo to get his shields back, gets yet another kill, and Manny has the ball.
He has the ball. I had camouflage. He's like, this thing's about to run out anyway. I guess I'll hold on to it. What I really love about Manny is his ability in these close range fights. You're going to see him so often come out on top, and he does a great job playing his corner around with his teammate. And when you see him get into these one-on-one engagements, he has a steady shot, but he also has that wiggle, really great micro strike. Reminds me of a player like Spartan. It's the reason why he's able to get so much value out of his life time and time again.
36-2 run here for still deciding. APG not knowing Monster was up in the A-side tower. Another 3 down for Native Gaming. That's not what they're looking for. They played really well in that round number 2, but things are starting to get a bit out of hand here. Still deciding with a massive setup right now. Native Gaming needs a break here.
I would have liked to see King Nick completely disengaged from this B side. He commits back, gets the remote detonation, but Native Gaming, they've pulled their resources back towards Cafe. Manny getting that information over to King Nick, and King Nick able to get some great value out of his life. But Native Gaming, I feel as if weakened this setup enough to force the play ball, which is essentially what they're going for in the first place. I think you can chalk up that engagement as a win for Native Gaming. The question is, what's the follow-up play? Because Rami, it's redemption time. Goes sky high, gets the double, and is already trying to push out for more. Native Gaming, they might have forced the play, but they definitely didn't win the war.
It was a great interception coming in from McWin, and we thought it was going to be a setup, but still deciding end up in their face without any time being gained by Native Gaming. Still deciding right back on that ball, and it's 80-2. A dominant performance now coming in for still deciding. Native Gaming still cannot find a clean setup. In fact, the subway side is what they're holding down, and still deciding simply going to rotate that ball away from C over towards A, and that could be the nail in the coffin if Native Gaming don't get the kills right here, right now.
All they worked the game at the beginning of this round pays dividends in the back end. They can play scrappy, they can play loose, they can play in your face because they know it's just a couple more seconds. Desperation for APG, but just not enough time. 3-0 still deciding sweep. Native Gaming.
It was a series. It was a good series. It really was. It was fun to watch. It was close, but it was still a 3-0. Still deciding, showing that not only are they happy, well, not only are they not happy, with a top 3 finish, they're trying to make it further. They're trying to make it into the elimination bracket finals. In fact, they're trying to make it into a grand finals. In fact, they're trying to win this tournament. And the way they just played right now, maybe they can upset Sentinels.
I'm convinced that Monster doesn't even play the game. He's like a robot. He gets activated, sits in his coffin, and waits until the most important tournament of the split. And then someone opens up that coffin. The music starts playing. He grabs his mouse, he grabs his keyboard, and he makes impactful plays time and time again. I've never seen someone be as much of an X factor as he has been for every team that he seems to join in these tournaments. I think the keyboard and mouse change is going to make a difference when it comes to LAN. I think that's going to be the deciding difference between what we've seen in the past and sort of these up and down performances that we've seen before and what we're going to see at London. Because I'm calling it now. Put me on the record. Monster is going to have a positive KD. Monster is going to get themselves out of pools, and still deciding is going to cause some sort of mayhem in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we've been waiting. We really have. Monster has been a phenomenal piece on every online team that he's been able to fill in for. But now it's time for him to, find his home. It's time for him to finally find that success that he's been having online and translate it to LAN. And I think it's been a matter of time. And maybe that mouse and keyboard might just make a difference. I'm rooting for the guy. I want to see him and Still Deciding have a great tournament. And Still Deciding, though, not done with this tournament. They still have one more beast in front of them in order to make it back to a grand finals, and that's Sentinels. And Sentinels, they've been playing on a different level.
Now, Sentinels has looked incredible this tournament. The only point that's been able to stop them was Proton, and it was a fantastic game 5 from Proton that stopped Sentinels. They looked like the better team in the objectives when it came to that series. I want to go and see how Still Deciding goes up against this next challenge. There's levels to Halo, and I feel like they've reached the next level. This is the boss. The what do you call you got the mini boss in level 1.
Okay.
This is the end of World 1, and then waiting for you in Proton is the final boss, right? So you gotta work your way through this dungeon.
Well, I will say the way that Sentinels have been playing over the last few weeks, it feels like they should have been the final boss in this tournament. I mean, Sentinels in elimination bracket finals, I feel like they might have been a lot of people's favorites to make it into the grand finals, but Proton Gaming making a big switch and it working out really well for them.
Oh, you know, that switch, you know what it reminds me of a little bit, Tony? Because we've had some crazy roster manias before. But this switch, this monster and Manny being added to the roster, this happened just hours before this tournament started. There's another switch that happened, and like you said, it was a little final boss ass from her all the way back to Halo 5, one of the first major tournaments that happened, X Games 2016. Just hours before the call came up, Ogre 2 was sent to the bench, and Lethal was called up to eventually compete with his roster that would win championship after championship. Sometimes the changes just need to happen at the final moment. You know, everyone in the Halo scenes had that moment where it's a time before the tournament. You get picked up, you get put on a team, and you make something happen. Still deciding, gonna have to decide some tough fates here as they try to get themselves into a top 2 finish.
Yeah, we got Sentinels in front of them. Sentinels have been lights out and really have been putting themselves back in that Big Four conversation. I remember actually being on the desk at HGS Arlington, and it was Wes that talked about it. Like, hey, there may be a Big Four with Sentinels in the way they were playing with them staying together going into the season. Then, let's be honest, they had a pretty abysmal Arlington event, but beforehand were playing very well. And even afterwards, even after dropping Spartan and putting precision into that starting lineup, Sentinels have been great. So not only I can imagine still deciding want to get up there, you know, Manny wanted to prove the Proton game, maybe they shouldn't have dropped them. He wants to win on them, but I also think Sentinels, it means a lot for them because they want to get back within that conversation, and beating out a still deciding team and then also beating out a Proton in the grand finals is just another notch in the belt and just more experience that Sentinels really need right now.
The Sentinels, I mean, what last land, what'd they get, Tony? Top 16? That might be the worst placing for each player on that team all time. Even before they were like amateurs. I don't think any of them have ever placed top 16. Maybe Precision early in Halo 5, I guess, you know, like.
Well, Precision wasn't on that roster. It was Spartan.
Right. It was Spartan, yeah. I think, you know, you're coming from your lowest low to try to recapture your highest to the highest of highs by trying to have a good London here. You have to be able to beat teams like Still Deciding. You can't let this one be close. I think Sentinels out here need to come out, play strong, and win this either 3-0, maybe a close 3-1 with the game that they lose. That's the Sentinels that I want to see to be convinced of what's going to happen at London. I feel like they have that potential to make waves once again. You know, before we went to Arlington, we were saying guaranteed top 3 sometimes, you know, with how they were playing. Things change. I'd like to see them back in that conversation.
Well, let me give you a bit of the flip side. When I think of Sentinels, I think of a team that thrives off of structure. And with the team like Still Deciding, not only do I feel like they can make the game a bit muddy, but on top of that, these are 4 players that are still getting acclimated with each other. So maybe that timing, maybe that rhythm might be a little bit different than what Sentinels expect and can throw them all, you know, off guard. Because I feel like Sentinels, when I think of them, I think of a very, very structured team. Is there anything you're thinking of that, or is like, Tony, shut up, you have no idea what you're talking about?
No, I think you're on point there with the with bringing that up, but I think at the end of the day, Halo gets simplified to the state of winning slays. You know, it's if you can win slays, you can win the game, and I think when you go toe to toe, Slayer for Slayer, I think Sentinels has an edge. I think that can change in this game. You know, it doesn't matter about the structure, doesn't matter about the team play. If you can come out and just win some pivs and put yourself in a winning position because of that, I think that's who's going to end up coming out on top. Sentinels Still Deciding to be up next. Thank you guys all for watching. If you want to help support the channel, some simple ways that you guys can do so. You know, sub to the channel. It helps. Yeah, Louis, I want you to pull up that credit scene once again. I want to show you guys everyone that works on this show and how many people work on this show. Look at that list. Look at all those people that work on this show. The way that you can help support these people that come in, day out to help work with what we do here is by a simple sub to the channel. It really does go a long way. And maybe you have a Prime one available, or if you're on the YouTube, just subscribe to the YouTube. I think we're close to like 9K over there. It all helps to help all these people make sure their time is compensated for, and that we're able to throw on the shows that we do.
Yeah, it's awesome to be able to work with all of you, and it's been incredible. Everybody knows I love commentating. I've been doing it for quite some time, and LVT Halo has given me a platform to allow me to do what I do. But you know, it doesn't come from anywhere. You know, like the same way I thank LVT Halo every time. I thank you guys in the chat and you guys for being able to help us be where we're at. And some people be complaining about the ads, you know, and you know, it's ads. But I will say, for the people, most people, they know, they understand, and the real ones, you already know they sub to the channel. You already know the real ones sub.
All right, folks. Coming up next, our elimination final. Sentinels trying to break their way back to top 2, still trying to decide their fate of whether they'll be heading over to pool play or potentially a open bracket finish. We'll be right back with more action. Here we go. Eliminations finals ready to start. I'm Tools. Joining me is Why Not Be Reckless. You might have heard him. He's a pretty big freaking deal. And well, we have Sentinels going up against Still Deciding. And well, I don't think the jury's still deciding about how good this team is. Just 3-0 Native Gaming to get to this point here today.
Big plays being made by Still Deciding, making it all the way into that elimination bracket finals, but something tells me they are still hungry. That monster wants to be fed, and Sentinels might just be in their way to making it to a grand finals.
Well, Interference, the newest map added to Halo Infinite, but something that we've seen before in an early stage called Halo 5, The Rig, a map that many are familiar with, and a lot of the action is going to take place in that corner to your left, Whitehall corner. It's almost like the pivot foot on this map. If you control that angle, you can basically have access to all these hills. A couple things that we didn't see from Halo Infinite on this map going to be the overshield and the heat wave, and how much of an action they'll play into the flow of this game.
Yeah, you don't get to shoot down that overshield, so you've really got to slay out and gain clean control. Can't just be sneaky with it and steal it from the sewers. All the way just drops from the sewers,
Oh
and
no!
so does
Oh no!
Boo Boo Doo.
I think he's still falling, Tony. I don't think he's at the
He
bottom.
hasn't spawned yet.
Oh, there he is. Oh, in the pit of lava. Tough. But hey, at least you burned the overshield off, and so far the scoring for Still Deciding, but precision with that heat wave can make all the difference. No, Sentinels are just having a tough time at getting map control to start working on getting that double cap.
With no way, man, he's onto the low ground, taking a bit of a longer route, and actually Monster advances forward, and so does Rami. Boo Boo Dooble gets right behind enemy lines even after the kill. Monster with the double back, but he's one shot right now. That's an easy kill for Boo Boo.
Scoring with that AC setup, you're going to see a lot of the players start to pivot their way towards B. You eventually want to preferably grab a CB setup where you have players towards the nest side of the map, where it's a bit easier to control the map.
Monster wanting to take a bit of the flank route. Oh, look at that angle over towards tower 2. Easy kill for Monster. Overshield about to come up as his eyes set on it, but so do Sentinels, sending both Lethal and Boo Boo Dooble there, and Lethal is able to get away with the overshield. Long range shots. King Nick down to 1, shreds the shields of multiple, and looks like he's finally going to go back and steal B. That's about to be a trip cap, excuse me, double cap for Sentinels.
Not just in time, but Lethal about to be a monster on this map. Going to be able to have that thruster in the back pocket. Still Deciding his forces are split between the bunker and long haul. Lethal finds the perfect flanking opportunity behind everyone, and this has just been beautiful play from him, weaving in and out of the crucial points of the map, getting great damage down and preventing this player over at A from doing too much. King Nick was just stuck in that bunker and not able to help his team that entire engagement.
Yeah, we saw a big challenge at him dropping down from the bunker. I was actually a little bit shocked there, but Lethal was able to win that one, able to survive. And Boo Boo Dooble with my favorite gun in the game, the AR in the back pocket. Look, not all of us can shoot the bandit too well. We need a little bit of help.
I'd say 343 might have given you a little bit too much help as we see a B control from Sentinels. Look how they're starting to congregate back towards that tower side. Lethal and Falcated, they want to make a push out towards open and potentially start getting themselves into a position to fight these players. Instead, they have to just wait for the action to come to them. Once these get these slays, they can maybe start pushing themselves into a trip cap situation.
Lethal showing us how important that height advantage is. Looking down on the opposition, goes in for the challenge as King Nick and sends right back to the black screen. 90 to 58 in favor of Sentinels at the moment here, and Overshield about to come up, and Lethal continues to punish, still deciding some way, somehow, still deciding have to kill Lethal. There's no way they're getting anywhere on the map as long as he's around.
And I have a feeling that Lethal might have played this map. I have a feeling that maybe Lethal played Halo 5 and never missed a grand finals when he did, because the way that he's maneuvering on this map, he knows exactly what he's supposed to do at all points in time. They are literally fighting the final boss right now. Lethal just cannot be stopped, and you're starting to see the spawns from Still Deciding over in that back carbine area. Lethal is going to split off from his team, opens up that back A spawn. They push in for the trip cap, and now Still Deciding, yeah, you might be able to get A, but Lethal's going to cause you mayhem, and you are stuck in that back bunker.
139 to 58 lead. Sentinels having a stronghold on the game right now. A dominant performance that we're seeing, and largely because of this man on screen. 13 and 5 right now. Lethal just putting down damage and staying in the power positions on the map. Rammy down to one shot. Goes in for the challenge onto Monster, thrust right forward. Huge kill out of him once again. That nade almost took your teammate out.
But look at where Lethal's always standing on this map. This is tried and true. That white corner, it's a pivot foot. It allows you to have access to any hill that you need to. Quick shots towards B, rotate long to C, push out towards the bunker at A. It provides so much access for your team. The 2-2 split. Falcon and Boo Boo trying to crawl up through that sewer side to make their own play, but Lethal's been unstoppable. He's about to hit a killing frenzy. This is unbelievable from him.
Enemy team score.
Alpha Bravo Zeta was working well for them. Sentinels do take away Bravo. Lethal's still alive and still cooking at the moment. K-Nick distracting just long enough for Rammy to get an angle. And finally, Lethal goes down.
Rammy's not a man of the culture. He doesn't understand. We wanted to see the killing frenzy. Shuts him down, just a kill short, but this has been just brilliant work from Sentinel. Still deciding, working on potential trip cap to get them out of this situation. Monster will win the fight, and now it's up to them to decide how they can get themselves back into this game. This overshield, though, not going to go in their possession. Falcated instead will have the extra shields to work with, and it could be a quick routing from Sentinels to get them out of this trip cap.
Thought that was going to be an easy overshield grab for Still Deciding, but Falcated stealing that one away and putting it to work immediately, along with the heat wave. Rammy ends up going down. Manny, King Nick, the final two players over toward the carbine side. Now it's King Nick being left alone. Precision awarded the kill, and Monster going after his former teammate in Precision.
This is dangerous for Monster. He's trying to come back to help over at A, but he is condensing the setup of Still Deciding. They had a lot of space towards that open side, but it all works out. Right now, they collapse down over on that LR side. They're going to be able to push back after they bait out B. If King Nick wins this fight against Boo Boo Doo Boo, this could be a very powerful spot for Still Deciding to be in. And the trip cap's in effect, and look at these spawns from Sentinels. They have no space to move.
It was a dominant performance early game for Sentinels, but now Still Deciding. Doing well in the catch-up game. They had a triple cap at one point. They've just gone 3 down, so maybe this is Sentinels' opportunity to take that control back.
That's a tough spot for Still Deciding to be in such a powerful position to immediately go 3 down. Foul going to be able to spot that player out, and Still Deciding trapped over at that carbine spawn. They are going to be able to win a couple fights towards B, but Lethal, once again, playing perfect positional Halo. Uses that long haul as a quick flake out route to be able to get behind 2 players. Instantly puts a double in. And Boo Boo Doo Boo blocking out those bunker spawns. He knows that he has the freedom to move back towards the middle of the map to secure overshield. basically perfect play from Sentinels. And worst case scenario, you throw the overshield off the map.
He's been playing like a man possessed, though. I've been really enjoying the way he's been playing this game so far. 20-10 at the moment. Sentinels still have the advantage. Rami doing everything he can to stay alive, but now it's precision in that white corner side. He ends up going down, but Falcon gets a back smack, and now Falcon right back to work. The thrust on the rig remake, it just feels right.
Well, Sentinel's trying to make the decision. Are we going towards B, or are we going to make a push out towards basement? Lethal makes a decision for him. Says, Falcon, get yourself back towards B. We're going to win this fight. We're going to control white corner, and we're going to be able to have an A-B hold. The question is whether the pushback from still deciding towards A is going to be quick enough. Look at those spawns over at bunker. It's going to be up to Rami to win some big fights, and he instantly heads down. Sentinels with a big fight here at A to win.
Falcon is sitting up high here, 218 to 170. Alpha gets reset, so it's Sentinels that still hold on to that double cap. Falcon advancing forward, deals with Monster, just part of that killing spree. More importantly, staying alive, avoiding the angle coming out from Rami. And Falcon, now that he has his shields back, is going to be another thorn in the side for still deciding to try to make a play. It looks like they're going for Bravo, King Nick and Monster. Falcon right behind them. King Nick with a good kill on the Falcon, but it's not enough. He gets taken out, and it's Sentinels taking game one.
And fantastic game. We saw great trip caps here and there from still deciding, but Sentinels just played a better game. What it really came down to was the control of white corner that we saw from Lethal so often in the game, and then still deciding, leaving that long haul open too often and allowing players like Falcated to get behind them on those quick flanks. We saw it time and time again. They decide, hey, we're going to make this push towards B. They would commit towards it, but that back player so often would leave that long haul open, and then the flank would come through, and it'd end up being a double kill for whoever made that engagement. You can see that damage from Lethal and Falcated. They were those players that were constantly in the power positions on the map, being able to pivot wherever they needed to and being able to find big kill after big kill.
And sometimes it's just as simple as that. Putting down damage, limiting the opportunities that your opponents have. And with that amount of damage coming out of this team and the amount of angles that ultimately still deciding weren't able to create, weren't able to get to, it's no wonder why they end up losing 250 to 170, especially within that early game where things seemed out of control. Recharge. Another map where if Sentinels get into their setup, if they get their lockdown locked in, it's going to be another long road, a long journey for still deciding. Still deciding. We get to see what they're really made of here.
On to the Slayer. Lethal was by far the MVP in that game, number one, but almost like riding a bike. You never forget how to play some maps when you have so much experience on them. About to see if Sentinels can keep that same momentum forward. And yeah, okay, yeah, this is the GOAT. I don't care what people have to say. He's my GOAT.
Well, we're seeing Tools is GOAT with the shock. Backs down toward the gold side, down to one shot at the moment, but right back to the safety of his team. Sentinels working so well together, mainly because they have each other's angles at all times, and Monster just avoiding the shock to the dome. Meanwhile, Manny, it looks like Lethal, he wants to get aggressive. He wants to get Manny off of this glass side, and off screen, Precision takes down Rami, and now we're seeing a double push out of Sentinels. Now that he has his teammate with them, that's when Lethal and Sentinels decide to get aggressive.
Still deciding they get caught in a blender here. I don't think they expected Sentinels to be split two on opposite sides of the map. Falcated was quick to help on Lethal's position. They decided once they got that kill on Lethal that they could try to cross. Falcated there just in time to get that help and slows down the push once again. The shock rifle is going to slow it down even more. Great damage down range. Beautiful setup, and 4 go down once again for still deciding, largely because of Falcated's position. He's careful to make sure no one's pushing up this right side, but once you go on that cross, his shock rifle is not going to miss.
Fresh off of the 4 down, Sentinels blocking the A and the gold side, funneling, still deciding towards that back C spawn. And now it's still deciding that to force their way out. All those Sentinels know exactly where they're at. They've been able to take down both Precision and Boo Boo, but not Falcated. Not with this shock, not with him playing like this. A double shot of Falcated, and that That little body disrespect.
You gotta make sure, hey, you know, you can be revived. The ghost goes up into the air. You gotta make sure it gets away. We don't want to see
that
bodies
was a
going
ghost.
back up.
That was a dead body.
Either way, Falcated's been playing on an island. It's so impressive what he's been able to do without any sort of immediate help for him. And guys, he's killed you 5 times in a row from the same spot. You can't wrap the corner and not look. He's gotten another kill. Killing spree as Falcated's heating up in this game.
Double-digit advantage here for Sentinel, despite the fact that King Nick is having one hell of a game. 7-3 at the moment. It's still the entirety of Sentinels that are putting in the work. Even King Nick isn't enough right now as we switch gears towards him. 8-3, 9-3. The only reason why still deciding or anywhere near this game is because of that man who just went down.
Falcate finds number 7 in a row. Man has been just a dominant force, and what's awesome about what he's done is how active he's been on the map, right? We saw him playing that cross. He's not afraid to get up and start to maneuver his way into a different power position. We've seen him play from bottom A, from mid-map at Needles, from top glass, from C-plat. This man's traversing and finding kill after kill, and he's only 2 away from a killing frenzy in this game. Make it 1. Give me a Falcated cam. Give me a Falcated cam. He's 1 kill away. We got to see the killing frenzy. No, what I do, Tony? What I do?
Every freaking time. Every time. I told you.
He
Keep
overheated.
your big mouth shut. Hey, you take your big mouth shut, we're going to get it. But you overheated.
He overheated. I don't know why he's going C-plat when there's a sniper on the map, you know?
Why did you call for us to switch on him?
Hey, I don't have that much power. You ain't getting no apology from me. Either way, Steak looks to be on the menu so far from Sentinels. They've been able to just pummel, still deciding at every lane. It feels like the sniper's going to be a big key for still deciding to get back into this game, but it just never seems to have enough ammo. But a camouflage, yeah, hey, you grapple that thing up the tower. Ramby takes a free camo. 1 minute till this next sniper's up. Plenty for still deciding to still get back into this game, but they have to be wary about what deaths they give up. Sentinels, once they hit that 40 kill mark, I feel like it's going to be too far for still deciding if they're not within 5 or 6 kills.
34-22 right now in favor of Sentinels. It's Ramy. Not having the best game statistically, but does have the camouflage right now. Makes a huge play onto the long haul player. Little extra damage. Stays alive. Puts in more work, but still 3 down, goes still deciding. Make it 4.
And that's what makes Sentinels such a hard team to play against in Slayers, how dynamic they are. So often you can see them split up on the map, play these long crosses with each other, but when they need to, they can condense down and be that trio that runs like a pack of wolves, and they never get traded out, it seems like, whenever they do make that play. So still deciding, they felt like they found the antidote for a second there, and then immediately put back down to earth as Boo Boo Doo and the rest of Sentinels have been causing mayhem. Precision reaches kill number 12, and now Boo Boo Doo searching for double digits as well. It's just a matter of time before this one's done.
43-25. Sentinels looking for the final 7 kills here, and Precision looking to get active with this grapple going all the way across the map. Finds the backside of a player, turns it into 2. Now it's Precision that's starting to go off, starting to heat up and get into rhythm. Half shields, but still grinding forward. It snaps onto that player. And just 3 more kills needed. 2 after he takes down Ramy, but Manny's on the chase here. Manny, and still deciding getting 3 of Sentinels.
Everyone reaching double digits on the side of Sentinels. Steak, I guess potentially 30, right? Still a Steak. You gotta get to number 31. Who's gonna do it for still deciding? Is it 1 more kill, please?
Shock is out. It has to be Manny that gets it, but a trade. Did it count for the 31st? It did. Okay, no spectacular.
That was close. That was close. Either way,
sometimes that trade it'll count toward the kill, but sometimes it doesn't. If it's you that died first within the trade. It's weird. It could have been 30.
Could have been 30. It's a ping thing. You know, they just have a little bit better ping. Either way, Sentinels look dominant. They seem to just be outworking on every level so far. as I'd like to take a look over at our series layout and see what's to come next, because right now it's a miracle required for still deciding. Aquarius flag is where their fate could be determined.
The same way we saw still deciding come out hot in that 3-0 against Native Gaming. I mean, it is the same way the Sentinels now are looking even better here in the elimination bracket finals. And it doubles back to what we were talking about before. There's levels to this. And Sentinels, for a very long time, were putting themselves in within that big 3 conversation. I was saying that it was going to expand into a big 4. And although we saw some adversity, although we've even saw a major team change for Sentinels, the core is still there. The group is still so strong. And Sentinels, once again, putting themselves within that conversation right before land.
Great shots downrange. Falcated working to secure this overshield. Real scrappy fights early on. Sentinels, though, will be the ones that come out on top with this overshield. And for still deciding, you're going to have to quickly gauge what the pace is for Sentinels with how they're going to play this game. And I have a suspicion that we're going to see a very fast gameplay from Sentinels once they reach that 50-yard line and trying to get into this back base.
Overshield just draining here from Lethal. No longer having the extra shields to work with, but still wants to get aggressive with his team with him. But staggered deaths going across the board. Both teams end up 2 down. Falcated down to 1 shot. He's gonna push up, but Precision gets knocked back to reality. That's gonna be Monster. Now a 1-2 combo, a double push out of still deciding, and Rami can't quite find the headshot there.
That all starts with Mr. Manny staying alive over at top mid for as long as he did. He really prevents Sentinels from feeling safe with that flag run. And although the map has been controlled and the slates have been heavily in favor of the team in red, we see still deciding, still able to play that neutral game as it's 0-all. That flag not going anywhere.
Switch gears towards Monster. Having at least one thrust to work with here could be a difference maker in 1 or 2 of these battles as he stays alive while simultaneously getting the kill. But Boo Boo Doo putting that heat wave to work. Overshield about to come up. Heat wave still working, still cooking right now is Boo Boo Doo, and that overshield just about up. A flag out. Lots having to be juggled here between both of these teams.
That flag's still working its way through as well. Boo Boo Doo doing a fantastic job of just patrolling. He doesn't have to go back with that flag. He knows that the spawner is going to push up, and they know that they can potentially get a 2-for-1 combo here. Falcon trying to get himself another flag run, as he knows if they get these next slays, this one's guaranteed.
Heatwave still in the back pocket here for Boo Boo Doo. A 1-shot Monster just barely going to avoid death there. But 3 down goes still deciding, and Sentinels now have another opportunity to push up fresh off of this flag being punched in 2-0 by Sentinels, and Precision still moving and grooving.
Oh, what's so impressive about these flag runs for Sentinels is, yeah, the flag gets back home, but when it gets captured, what's the position of these players on Sentinels? They're still pressuring into this base. Still deciding has not been able to generate any space to play around, and it's causing mayhem for them. Boo Boo Doo, finish your food, Monster. Able to get some value out of there. That might just be enough. That singular kill that Monster gets right there might just be enough to stabilize still deciding. The difference in this game thus far has been the neutral game. When it's 4-on-4, all players up, no advantage on the map, Sentinels have been just that little bit better. That's what needs to change this time around. Still deciding, knocking on this base. They're going to be able to pull out a flag. Can they win on the wrap back?
Yeah, that kill just didn't come quick enough. And we know that you're a big fan of just not playing with your food, making sure that you secure those kills, making sure that you get in there and not allow the opposition to get any value, any time. Because of that, now still deciding, having another opportunity to maybe get a counter cap. They're only down by 2, and there's plenty of time on the board. Lethal flies in there, but Manny's still alive and still deciding or still moving that flag.
Great understanding from Manny to know what he has to do in his position. He understood that, yes, I don't have a clear lane to run this flag through. If he would have moved one step forward, he would have been melted. That flag would have went back for Sentinels. Instead, he waits, works for his slays, eventually gets 2 of them for his team, secures that flag for his team. Although he's not the one that punches it home. That's a flag cap, and Manny's calling for me.
Just a 1 cap difference here for still deciding. At least 1 cap down, and Falcated still getting value. Just ran out of overshield right now, but has made multiple teams weak. Multiple players going down. 3 down goes still deciding, and the flag moving once again for Sentinels. Nades are out. Monster wanted to get that pull, but Sentinels are here, and they are watching every corner on the map.
Sentinels has just been far too efficient with these flag runs. Precision checking every corner but the right one. Manny pops out, gets the kill, and it's going to be up to him to stop this thing. And he's immediately answered. Oh, what a nade from Lethal to shut it all down. And Lethal saying, hey, throw it up to me. Nah, I'll go do it myself. Let me go run this flag in. Ah, dude, so much work.
There it is. Another 2 cap advantage coming in for Sentinels. Falcated has a 1-shot King Nick in front of him. Don't know how King Nick was able to take down Boo Boo Doo with both players pushing forward. That's an opportunity. Still deciding defense looking good, but now it's time to convert that defense into offense. Still deciding have been struggling with passing the 50% portion of the map, and once again they end up going 3 down. They get the kill onto Lethal, but just still have Sentinels in your base, in your face, and making you as uncomfortable as possible.
We took a heat map of where these engagements have been for Sentinels. You'd notice that they've all been past that half line. They've been playing red zone offense this entire game, and you can see on the score line. I mean, this is some of the best offensive work I've seen in quite a while from a team. It's just been instant flag cap after instant flag cap, and with this overshield coming up, I don't think they've really let one slip by. This overshield's going to be enough to secure the 4th flag. It's the final moments for still deciding. You got to find a way to get yourself back in this game.
I'm not sure it's going to be this cap that's going to be stopped, because Sentinels are just about home, and Falcated putting another one in. 3 caps between Sentinels and still deciding. 5.5 minutes on the clock, so theoretically there is enough time for still deciding to make something happen, but they haven't so far.
Boo Boo Doo just gonna work off this left lane. You can see Sentinels, they put every player over onto this P side, overloading this lane as they're trying to make sure that no one can push their way through. But I think this might be one of their first missteps, overloading the lane. You see 3 of them go down, still deciding to have a real chance at getting some map control that they've severely lacked this entire game.
Hopefully something changes here for still deciding. We're now starting to see them really favor pushing up toward that car side, but even that, not enough. Demanded a strong side of the map. They played well, but Sentinels look like they're about to clear them out once again. Boo Boo Doo Boo down to 1-shot himself. There is a player on the low ground below him, so you got someone in front of you, behind you, left, right, and eventually Boo Boo Doo Boo gets taken out. But then back-to-back kills from Sentinels, and every push, every single opportunity that's still deciding create is somehow answered back by Sentinels, literally every single time.
I've seen a complete shift in how Sentinels are playing this game. Before they were hyper-aggressive, offensive only. Now we're starting to see them stack up with each other, play 3-1 splits, and play a little bit slower, defensive. Understand it's still deciding with the game state as it is. Only 4 minutes of neutral time left, and needing to get 3 flag captures will force us to overtime. They understand that they have to play fast. For them, play slow, methodical, play together, connect your bandits. Eventually, an opportunity will come your way. And if it doesn't, well, you can probably play strong enough defense to prevent these flag captures from coming in.
Well, with a 3 down here, we're still deciding. Precision focused on making sure that kill goes through, as opposed to going in for that flag. Rammy still in that base, so IIQ play come out of Precision and Sentinels recognizing the situation. Like you kind of alluded to, there's no reason for them to overextend, for them to overheat here. And Rammy, doing everything he can to stay alive, eventually is able to get the kill, but still decided they only get kills on their side of the map. They're still trapped.
It's too easy for Sentinels at the moment, right? It's for them. They just have to play the perimeter of the map, make sure that no one gets behind them, that no player is unaccounted for. They don't have any reason to try to play the flag, right? Even when they threw it out, it wasn't like they got that Slayer and then tried to touch the flag. They said, hey, we're fine. We can play Slayer for another 2 minutes, 45 seconds. I mean, look at our stats. You don't think I want to stat out even more? Like, almost everyone's double positive.
4-1 leads to in favor of Sentinels at the moment here, and we just simply haven't seen enough from Still Deciding that can lean me towards them being able to come back in this game, let alone the series. It's still a 2-0 series lead for Sentinels. Sentinels one cap away, one cap away, one game away from putting Still Deciding down, and that flag is finally pulled by Sentinels. It's past the 50%, all the way through the utility side. Still Deciding cross map shot for them, but it ain't gonna stop Precision. That's a 5-1. That's Sentinels going to the grand finals.
That's a murder scene. I felt like we just saw the hopes and dreams of Still Deciding die as soon as we saw them get lifted to spirits. That's an incredible play from Sentinels in all stages of the games. 3 victories that never looked to be in question, really. And I have to say, you know, we saw great plays by Precision. 6,700 damage is absurd, but we expect that from him, right? They've really leaned on him to be that high flying damage output machine. Right now in Halo Infinite, I believe the most underrated player in the game is right there at Lethal. The plays that he's making, just positional plays where he's in the right spot, right time to help his team do what they did, I think was really shown in that game 1. And if you went back and watched the film in that game 3, he was a large reason as to why things were going the way that they were. His routes that he took on the map, his ability to come back and help the team whenever he needed to, his ability to realize when he needs to play selfish or selfless. This man just always sees the play that gives him the highest percentage chance of success, and I think it's going to be the glue as to why Sentinels is going to do well at London.
Yeah, I feel like Lethal has been elevating his gameplay for quite some time, and even on the Sentinels roster, even through multiple different iterations of the Sentinels roster, I feel like he's been slowly starting to just get better and better, and slowly starting to look like the player that he was towards that tail end of Halo 5, or towards where we're seeing them on that top 2 out of that top 25 plays. I've been really enjoying watching Lethal, and I've been really enjoying watching the Sentinels roster. We get to see them one more time, right? It's grand finals time. It's Proton Gaming and Sentinels going at it.
Well, how good Sentinels look, you imagine they keep that momentum going into our grand finals. But Proton Gaming, their run through the winners bracket was something to behold. This team looks as if they've hit another level. Collect coming in and having a lot of top fragging performances for his team, and you could see why he made the changes that he made, right? Was getting those top 6, top 8 finishes every single open series, now playing in that grand finals as he's just been dominant with Proton Gaming. Really, I look back at that Proton versus Native matchup when they were able to 3-0 Native Gaming, and how strong he looked in that series is really gave me the inkling that he is going to have some great success with this roster.
Yeah, it's crazy because whenever I was, would talk about this Proton Gaming roster, I'm like, okay, well, when's that point in time where they just like flip the switch? When, it was 3/4 that native bred roster, plus, it's the last shot who was obviously not soul snipe, but a damn good replacement for him. He's damn good, and now you're bringing Collect, and maybe that's what they needed. Maybe just a new mix. And you already know I'm a huge fan of Manny, and I was sad to see him go, but I look at this Proton Gaming roster, I see so much potential, and I'm like, okay, well, when do you flip the switch? When do we start to see the dominant Proton Gaming that we should have seen since the beginning of this year? Because 2024 hasn't been the easiest for them.
No, I think things are going to change. I think both these teams are going to see a rising tide And I think right now the line where we always saw the conversation about the big three, Tony, I think that line's gonna blur in this next major. We've seen some really good teams put up some really good performances. If anything, I'm almost thinking that SSG and Optic have almost elevated themselves to the conversation of like, okay, maybe they're like that one big step above everyone else at the moment, but the Protons of the world, the Shopify Rebellions, they're all sort of knocking on the door, trying to let their way in. We'll have to see if London's the tournament where they're able to do so.
Yeah, it's fun having a big three, but it's also fun having the conversation where you have a situation where, 5 or 6 teams can upset each other and go on a run and make it into the top 3, make it into the grand finals, and that's where things start to get really fun. So we're taking a look at some of the pools, and talk to me a little bit about this, Garrett.
Well, top 6 from Arlington secured their pools, and now, right, it's a conversation of where do you want to put yourself in the pools. We see that first place will be in Pool A with Space Station Gaming. Second place will be in Pool B with Optic, and whoever won the EU Major Qualifier, I believe Quadrant won that today. If anyone was watching over at the Euro Halo League, if you guys can give me the updates, I don't think we'd see any big upsets over there. But then we got like some death pools. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would not want to be in Pool D. That's for sure. I mean, Shopify Rebellion foe, that's going to be a hard bracket. So plenty to look for over at the major. I believe the only spot that we know for sure right now is Pool C. I believe that's going to be Cloud9's spot, as they have the most pro points and did not place top 2 in today's tournament.
It's funny because I look at Pool C and I think that's, I mean, you got the reigning world champions in phase. You got a complexity roster that you give them any type of momentum, they're gonna get loud, they're gonna get passionate. This is a team that's built for land, it feels like, or complexity. And now you're saying if Cloud9 does end up in that mix, how good have Cloud9 been since coming up with this new roster? Sabbath and Spectre come in and slide again really well when they got a 4th place finish during one of the Open Series tournaments. They had an upset on Optic Gaming, took a phase, I want to say, to a game 5. Like, dude, Cloud9 have been really good, and it's still a new team.
And Cloud9 have had great high moments. My problem with them is consistency, right? We saw them getting some great placings in the Open Series when SSG, when Optic, when FaZe were competing. But then this tournament, where the top 5 teams in North America don't play, they get 7th, 8th, right? It's like I want to see some more consistency from this team if I'm gonna give them a shot in Pool C. So some news about how the pro points worked out in today's tournament, Tony. Pool D is going to be Still Deciding. Now, that match between Still Deciding and Native, yes, they're both going to get coverage to go to London, but that was the difference between making it to pools or making it to open brackets. Still Deciding was 900 points away from Native Gaming when they started the tournament. Now, after the tournament, with the results that they've had, the pro points being added up, Still Deciding will have 42,340 pro points between them. Native, 42,220. So 120 pro points separating Native and Still Deciding, and the difference between who made it to Pool D and who did not.
Wow. That is actually crazy. And it just tells you that, obviously land does matter. That land matters most, and when it comes to the pro points, but you got to come and you got to bring it during every single one of these tournaments. Every single opportunity is it could be make or break, and that's actually incredible.
Well, folks, grand finals on its way soon. If you want to help support the channel, some simple things you can do. Subscribing always helps with what we got going on here. Plenty of people behind the scenes trying to make all this happen today. We had an observer in just about every match today as well. That those funds that you guys give us by subscribing to the channel helps with those sort of initiatives, so we can bring you guys as much Halo action today. I believe we didn't have a single minute of downtime for 4 hours today when we started the stream, just because of how much Halo action there was, and that's largely thanks to you guys subscribing to the channel. If you're on YouTube, go check it out, guys. If you've been enjoying what you're seeing here today, subscribe to the channel. It helps everything that we do here. I believe we're getting awfully close to 9,000 subscribers on the YouTube. We're a couple hundred away from that. You guys over on the YouTube help us get closer to that goal. That'd be greatly appreciated. Would love to hit 10K, you know, around that London or just after London time. We're gonna go to a quick break. When we come back, Sentinels, Proton Gaming, gonna be battling it out in our grand finals.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Faster, stronger, moving light speed. Work it longer. We a different breed. Living larger, chasing the dream. Push it farther, better than you ever seen. Pedal to the metal, we going far. Foot on the gas, just getting started. Let's get it started. Pave the way, roads uncharted. No problem, we ain't solving. 1, 2, 3, let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Come play with the big boys. Ain't no rest, we make noise. Love it when you see it so good that you can't avoid. Pedal to the metal, we going far. Going far. Foot on the gas, just getting started. Let's get it started. Pave the way, roads uncharted. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Are you ready? Here we go. Started. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Yeah. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Let's get it started.
Grand Finals is here. Sentinels going up against Proton Gaming. I'm Tools. Joined with me is Why Not Be Casting, aka kind of a big freaking deal. If you don't know, well, now you know, Tony, right? Yeah, now they know. 5 games could determine it here for Proton Gaming. Sentinels will have to get it done in 2 best of 5s if they're gonna win today's tournament. Where they place in pools is what's on the line. Both these teams have secured their trip to London.
Can't wait to see both of these teams duke it out, but I also want to see them go at it right here in your grand finals. We have yet to crown a winner, and we've seen a few bracket resets. Is there a chance that we see another one here in your open series?
Last time these sides played, game 5 on Aquarius, and it was not close. Proton were able to run away with it. A new slate for both these teams to compete on. Live Fire Stronghold's gonna be our first map of choice, and well, we saw what Sentinels was able to do on Strongholds against Still Deciding. It was never close. Lethal having a phenomenal performance there. We'll have to see if they can replicate that success against Proton Gaming.
Yeah, this is finally the chance that we see Proton Gaming reach their potential. We've been talking about them week after week, time after time, as being a legitimate threat here in the HGS, just like that core was back in the Native Red days, back in those KCP days. Now, half new, half old, and still looking strong right now is Proton Gaming. Maybe they can win this tournament here and put themselves back within that ultimate dark horse conversation.
I put up a poll, or I should say some bets. Get your points in. I want to see what chat's feeling. Who's going to win off this series, Sentinels or Proton Gaming? Either way, here we go. Talek going to be the first one on screen here today. Had a fantastic performance earlier in today's tournament. Almost feels like reminiscent of what we were seeing season 1 from him, when he was just a rising star that was one of the best slayers in the game.
He really was. For a long time, when you saw the KD that Talek would put up, you would think there was a typo. He was always been just finding a way to have huge kill games, but always finds a way to stay alive and play that back roll towards 3 super aggressive players, and that's really has been the play style of Talek. And now Proton Gaming have an opportunity to replicate that, trying to watch over that camouflage. Talek clears out the tower side, and finally Boo Doo prioritizes getting him out.
Fairly slow start from Proton. Usually we're expecting this team to be fast, in your face, aggressive. Instead, a little stationary. Instead, they allow Sentinels to push into them, but as they pushed in, that's when Proton struck, and they went for that 2-cap of their own. The rest of Sentinels having to be back on this attack. A large part of that attack going to be behind Boo Doo Sniper, and if he's able to hit some headshots.
25-21 lead in favor of Sentinels at the moment here, but the double cap for Proton. They steal that lead right back. Boo Doo with the sniper. Not able to find a headshot just yet, but down to the low ground. Talek anticipates it. Oh, he was one shot trying to stay alive, and Boo Doo can't kill the one-shot Talek.
Like whack-a-mole, and unfortunately the reticle kept going low or high. It just never was in the right spot. Talek gets an incredible kill early on, and Proton Gaming, yeah, might have been a little slow to start. They weren't playing that quick, aggressive gameplay that we've seen, but been working out for them thus far. Precision and the rest of Sentinels gonna have to try to change the narrative, and that QT is gonna do nothing against the free-for-all champion. Last shot.
One bullet at the sniper to work with. Boo Doo is working on taking Alpha, but the squad spawners come out. Precision right behind Boo, or now right in front of him, and now 3 down goes Sentinels. The final player is Boo Doo, who somehow gets away with the camouflage. 7-25, but a sneaky Majin Boo.
Trying to play this unpredictable route. That repulse will be the difference between Boo getting traded out and him staying alive and being a vector of attack for his team. The problem for Sentinels is they just have no space on the map. right? Every time it feels as if they're trying to battle just for inches. And so far, Proton has not been giving up anything. Boo Boo Jubu, though, changes it all. Great plays, starting with that camouflage, gets behind players at the right time, and keeps putting down fantastic damage for his team. A great reset after losing a crucial fight against Talik.
Yeah, they were starting to get out of control here for Boo Boo Dubu and Sentinels, but that was a nice run that we saw there. And now we see once again Sentinels taking hold of Alpha and Charlie, not being happy with that, moving in for Bravo. Will they be able to take it, or will Talik and Proton keep them out? Bravo does switch hands. Proton Gaming forced to back down, half their members on the black screen, the other half being chased. Talik stays alive with the sniper, 5 bullets to work with, and already pushing the Alpha side.
Looked everywhere but the right spot. Okay, it was sneaky from the start, and this sniper, plenty of ammo in it for Falcated to put work in, but the problem once again remains for Sentinels is they're oftentimes having to fight into a position to capture hills, and the rotations from Proton have just been a little bit stronger thus far. You see, as they push into C, no one left behind at A to even try to engage with Proton. They're gonna have to be a little bit faster on these rotations, be the one pressing the issue. Well, that's one way to start it. Falcated hitting the big shot.
Huge plays coming out of Falcated, but a second nade coming out of Talik. Repulsed the first one. And Talik portals his way back over toward the camo side, right over towards dummies, and picking up on the spawners. Gets himself yet another kill. Does Talik, and Lethal just backing down, but there's only so far you can go. And now the flanker is coming out, and just too many angles. Lethal gets overwhelmed and taken out, and Proton a 140 to 57. Another dominant performance that we're seeing now, but Sentinels, they take back Bravo.
Like one of the most underrated snipers in the game. Oftentimes you're gonna see him hit big shots when they matter, and impressive no scopes as well on top of that. And right now, Proton, they've been just the players that are forcing the rotations, right? So often you make your rotations on the map, it's usually behind someone forcing a play, and Collect has been forcing Sentinels to play on their back foot.
About to be another trip cap coming in for Proton Gaming. The moment they take Charlie, Sentinels do rotate and play towards Alpha, but like I said, it's Proton Gaming really forcing them to make those rotations, really playing Proton Gaming's game right now. Sentinels, Alpha has been taken, but it takes at least 2 to tango, and Proton are fastly approaching that 200-point mark.
Well, this latest run of points from Proton was thanks to a QT play from Talik. This time the QT goes to Collect, and this time it's not going to go any further. Precision. Able to hit some precise shots time and time again. Finally, he breaks the drought of Sentinels. Oh, man, it feels like this guy just can't miss at the moment.
It's so exciting watching this man play with the sniper. He's just so quick to snap onto his target. Sometimes those snaps end up missing, go over the head of the opposition. Luckily, the rest of the Sentinels were there to clean up, pick up the pieces there. Sentinels continue to score, but Proton Gaming continue to get aggressive. Talik with the trade out. Drux able to take down Boo Boo Dubu. They are coming in hordes and waves right now, is Proton Gaming.
It really did feel like a little bit of horde mode for Proton Gaming as they were just flying bodies towards Sentinels. As they were doing that, they flipped out their spawn towards B to get themselves another home base, but I think they need to be they need to make a dance, right? So you can't just mash up against the wall and continually try to fight Sentinels head on. If you're able to get that first pick, that first move, rotate out, play your perimeters. I think they're a little bit too eager to get into these head-on-head one-on-one gunfights with Sentinels.
Oh, it's a 289 lead, and another 3 down for Sentinels. In fact, a full squad wipe allows Druk to grab a hold of the camouflage and allows Proton to grab a hold of this game. They gain back that control as they look to end it with this life cycle.
Sentinel's basically on life support at the moment, and Druk, he's unplugging the cable as we speak with this camouflage. Oh boy, behind so many players on the side of Sentinels. That nade might just be enough, and stabilizing efforts from Lethal, but they need more. They need the trip cap if they're going to get back in this game.
As of right now, Sentinels are scoring, and Proton a little huddled up over towards the C side right now. They're trying to create some space, I would imagine, as Proton Gaming some place to maneuver from. It starts with the defense. Both teams end up going 3 down, so a momentary 1v1 trade out in bases will favor Sentinels, as they do have a double cap once again. Proton still have the lead.
I love this from Falcated. He's getting between everyone on the map, and he's going to be able to find himself damage on at least 2 players. And unless Collect does something drastic, like goes up into the sky, he's going to go down as well. Thankfully, that repulse was up for Collect to grab, but it doesn't even matter. Falcated, his position, he's accounted for now 4 kills in a row. Proton has had no space to work with because of this man on your screen.
There it is. Another perfect pinch coming out of Sentinels. Triple cap for Sentinels, and it was looking bleak. It was looking bad for them early on, but Proton Gaming seemingly have hit a wall, and Sentinels just taking advantage of it. Charlie and Bravo in the hands of them at the moment as Proton look to slow things down, make the way towards B, but Boo Boo Doo is here zoning them out.
For Proton, you're just looking for the first pick, right? You want to be the one that's dictating the pace, and that's what happens as Druck is able to find another kill on the side of Proton. Sentinels goes 3 down, and suddenly it's a race against time. Boo Boo Doo knows that he has to play at an increased pace, even though his teammates aren't up on the map yet. Buy a path for them to go towards B. Boo Boo Doo with these great shots, but where's the rest of the team? You can only give up so much time here.
233 points and counting here for Proton Gaming, who have just gone 3 down. As the final player in Collect, the former Sentinels player, is the one trying to keep Boo Boo Doo and Sentinels out of this hill. Quantum Translocator is out, and so is Collect. He was being quite a nuisance with his life, and may have just bought enough time for Proton Gaming to move back into position, to move back into control, trading out their lives, eventually leading to a 3 down for Sentinels, attacking both Bravo and Charlie at the same time. This could be it.
A double dilemma for Sentinels to deal with, and Druck's gonna shore up on the B side. This sniper with camo is going to be enough damage down range. 3 go down, as it's only Lethal that can stop the inevitable.
Enemy team scoring.
There's just nothing they can do. This trip cap finishes it, and it's just styling points for Druck as he tries to find some exclamation point. Fantastic work from Proton. They were the ones dictating the pace. They were the ones oftentimes finding the first slay. And Sentinels, although they had a great run towards the end, it always felt like they were playing off their back foot.
It's always one thing when you watch Proton Gaming, you know, it's a high risk, high reward type of gameplay. It's highs, but sometimes it can be lows. You know, Sentinels went on quite a run to make this game possible, when if you were watching from the beginning, you're like, there's no way the Sentinels come back and make it a game. So it's always fun watching Proton Gaming. It's fun to watch it get back into that style, and for it to work, because Sentinels have been red hot for the last few weeks, and Proton Gaming cooled them down.
The real difference in this game was the damage output from Proton. They just had an extra couple hundred damage on each player, right? And eventually Sentinels, you know, you can play really well each life and try to maximize your value, but at the end of the day, you're gonna have to put out a little bit more damage than they did in that previous game. I think the early game is what really costed them. It was a prolonged 2 cap. It wasn't like, we saw some temporary trip caps early in the game from Proton, but it wasn't as if they were really twisting the knot and increasing the pace of the game to a significant margin. It was a largely 2 cap rotational gameplay that won them that game.
Well, now we switch gears over towards Solitude, game number 2. We throw 12 minutes on the clock. First, the 50 kills, throwing a camouflage and a shock rifle. And you have some fun that's going to be had. The Sentinels going up against Proton Gaming. Proton have the opportunity to be up 2-0 in this series, in this grand finals. Or will we see an answer back coming in from Sentinels? Game number 2 is on its way.
Clock pushing the pace early. He wants to get up and ready to fight for this camouflage. And this is what I love about the play from Talik, right? He's getting up into those players that are pushing towards the right side, but once he pushes them down, ignore it, right? Focus on what's next. Where can I look to be more active on the map? It's not about getting kills, it's about getting damage output down.
Back-to-back kills coming from Precision, who almost makes it 3 in a row. Collect shutting him down right there from the tram side, and Lethal gets away with the shock, puts it to work from the shock to the bandit. Beautifully played by Lethal, but now Druk, camo and shock combination, and the lead for Proton Gaming.
Proton played for this specific play to get that camo shock rifle combination. Unfortunately for them, it's shut down early on. Sentinels, although they're tracked towards this left side, they've done a great job at finding picks and generating just a little bit more space for them to work with as they're ready to battle at the hotel side.
10-7 lead here for Proton Gaming. Last shot wants to take a mid-angle there, but down to one shot, force him back down. Teammates have his back. Beautiful bait and switch that we're seeing from Proton, and now taking over the strong side, taking over that nest side. Proton Gaming look to reposition.
It's been a game of ballet for Proton, just dancing across this map. So often we've seen them have control of whatever part of the map that they happen to be at. They're flowing throughout this map. There's no strong, rigid setup for them to play around. They know, hey, we can force 3-4 different spawn traps on this map that we're comfortable playing in.
Still a 3-kill lead here for Proton Gaming. An active camouflage is coming up, so both teams are going to want to stay alive, want to stay healthy in for this fight. One bit of damage, one life could cost you this camouflage, which could be devastating for either one of these teams. Druk ends up going down. Back-to-back kills once again for Sentinels, and that's 3 down for Proton Gaming.
Fantastic work from Sentinels to change what's happened in the game past and in the beginning of this game. When it comes to the 4v4 neutral game, when there's no advantages for either side, so often Proton was the team that comes out on top. This time Sentinels changed the pace. They're able to work that doorway, find 2 of the opening picks, and then trade out with the third, giving them the map control necessary to start working on a collapse on Proton Gaming.
15 of 14 at the moment here. Proton Gaming do have bodies that they're trying to push through yard with. The double push will work out. Lethal with the flank does take down multiple members of Proton Gaming. But Proton still survives, still hold on to the lead by 1. Shock is up, and Sentinels have a perfect position for it as last shot continues to put down damage. He's punishing Sentinels. That's a squad wipe.
I think a little bit of a poison pill play from Sentinels. Proton, they left that shock rifle open. They expected Sentinels to make their play towards it. They never tried to take space towards that shock rifle. Eventually, Sentinels condense down too much. They open up that loop spawn. Collect spawns all the way across the map. It creates a natural pinch onto that shock rifle. And what you've given Collect a shock rifle to increase their score.
Shock's still in the hands of Collect at the moment here. Talik flies in towards the dip side, ends up being taken out. That's going to force Collect to reposition, play his life, try to work with last shot, who just has gone down. Now the spawners are coming in. Collect, he sees that, he reacts. Sentinel's not aware of where he's at. They're going to pay for that, but both the spawning teammates end up going down, and Collect is still alive. Don't know how right now, but his teammates can't say the same for them.
Houdini-esque. Although would be proud. Collect has been unbelievable with this life forward go down. Camouflage is up. This is a finishing move from Proton Gaming. Precision, they're throwing predates at him. They're all stuck at the lift. This is devastating for Sentinels. They have to find the first pick.
It felt like it was the 2 spawning players from Proton that were stuck over toward that nest side. Now it seems like Sentinels, but Lethal responds. Lethal 12-5 at the moment. He really has been the MVP for Sentinels, or at least in the elimination bracket finals, but could be the same here in the grand finals. Finally, you take down Lethal, but Druk having to use up his camouflage in order to do it.
That's literally game saving from Lethal, being able to find 2 kills and pushing Sentinels out of a dire situation.
34-29. Talik will gain his shields back, but you still have 2 members, make it 4 members of Sentinels in front of him, 2 toward the LR side and 2 trying to make it towards Tram. Talik calls in the reinforcements. They respond. 3 down. Once again goes Sentinels, and Proton are winning engagement after engagement.
Sentinels have done a great job of not letting the game get away from them, but they haven't been able to control the opening plays. So often they're the ones that are responding to the plays. They're playing reactionary Halo. Proton Gaming right now are just, it feels like as if they're taking a victory lap. So often they're coming away with that extra kill that they shouldn't be able to get away with. Sentinels need to change the pace of this game, change momentum, shift whatever they need to. This next fight's going to be the most important, and you already see Proton lighten up the feed. If they get these kills and get away with camo, there's just no path forward for Sentinels.
I mean, Proton haven't won the game just yet, but like you said, it really kind of feels like a victory lap at the moment here. 46, 1 squad wipe away from finishing it off. Colette making sure that he grabs a hold of that camouflage, and once again, Sentinels are down to their final player off spawn, and now that player, he's going to be by himself. Collect doubles back, feeding the information. They have already forced the split spawns. They know there's nowhere he can go, and it's 1 more kill needed. Sentinels, they're about to be down 0-2.
Ooh, oh, okay. Hey, Tony, never say never. JB taught me that. They might be down 9. The world might be against them. But Sentinels just got a clean wipe. Do not peek. Collect. Getting that information to the team. Here comes the push it. Oh, well, you know. Lethal's good, but he can't take on 2 players at once like that, unfortunately. And there we go. 2-0 in favor of Proton. No comeback for Sentinels. And Proton just clearly a step better in this grand finals thus far.
Never. 2-0 lead here for Proton Gaming in the grand finals, and 1 game away from pulling off the sweep. We've seen sweep after sweep after sweep so far with different teams, and it could be yet another one here in the grand finals. You hate to see it, especially when we're talking about how well Sentinels have been playing, but Proton have been on another level so far here in this tournament, and Streets Oddball could just be the final time that we see Sentinels here in this tournament.
Remember, changes for both these teams after Arlington. Sentinels decided to shake things up, picking up Precision in place of Spartan. Proton Gaming waiting until the waning hours to make their move, just a couple days before this tournament, deciding to forfeit their Thursday tournament in order to pick up Collect in place of Manny. And so far, it seems to be a successful exchange. They look to be taking their next step in their HCS journey.
Yeah, I kept saying it time and time again that I feel like Collect was joining some really great teams, but hasn't found a team that fits his play style. Like one that not only can he get value from his teammates, but also like that he can provide the most value for that team. I said that he needs to find a team similar to like a Shopify Rebellion, or similar to how like a Native Red were last year, or KCP, and he goes and joins that core, that duo of Druck and Talik. And I looked at it, I said, this fits him so well. And on top of that, Proton Gaming weren't hitting their ceiling. So I feel like it's just a win-win situation for both Proton Gaming and now Collect. And now we're seeing that magic that we expected this roster. Whatever, whether they wanted to call themselves business or Proton, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I think we found a magic roster with these guys, and I'm excited for Proton.
Well, Proton just have 1 more game to win. It could be next in the Streets Oddball. First to 2 rounds wins it. First to 100 points per round to get the job done. Sentinels had a fantastic showing earlier, just a round ago, and now seem to have all that momentum leave them, and this is where I'm really interested about teams and how they perform. Right, when everything has been going wrong, do you just lay over and say, hey, we'll go next tournament? You know, this one didn't matter. This one doesn't matter too much. Or do you get gritty? Do you get backed? Do you make the reverse sweep happen?
I mean, if it's any other team, I'm counting it out. I'm looking at this Proton game. I was like, they're the ultimate momentum-driven machines. You give them an inch, they simply take a mile, and this tournament is over, and it's ending in a sweep. However, I will never count Sentinels out. And if there's any team that can bounce back here on Oddball Streets, the streets of New Mombasa, it may just be the Sentinels roster here in the grand finals. Again, we've seen resets. We've seen bracket resets over the last couple of weeks. Why not see another?
A best 2 out of 3 determines it all. And man, this map, this is my favorite map design. I won't say it's my favorite to play, Tony. You know, I got lots of problems with the spawn sometimes, but boy, oh boy, do I like how pretty this thing looks. It gives me that old Plaza vibe. But here we go into our game 3. This could be the final one today. After 3 weeks, we have 3 weeks in a row where we've had grand finals resets. Is it really going to be a 3-0? A 3-0, the last HCS tournament before we go overseas to London?
And he has the ball.
Guess we're gonna find out here. Early ball time though for Sentinels. That's a good sign. Falcated with the Bulldog. Ooh.
Yeah, that
just
hurts to look at.
You okay?
So bright, man. Oddball, man. Neon blue. Love the look. Either way, those Sentinels are early ball time here, and Proton Gaming doing a fantastic job at bouncing back immediately. I love that they don't slow it down whatsoever. They immediately push back for their kills, able to get 2-3 down, grab that ball, and have some great position with last shot having camo, red gun. This is everything you want.
Sentinel started with the lead, but Proton Gaming is taking it right back. Camouflage and Stalker in the hands of last shot, and he's gonna pick and choose his points so well, but caught from the low ground. No shot. He thought they were gonna drop down there.
Dog waiting patiently. This is the thing for Proton right now. Sentinel's going 3-4 down over and over again. They're able to take up a lot more space towards the mid of the map as they wait for this push. And what that does is even when they get killed, right, they'll have at least a little bit of time off respawn to get themselves back into the play.
Precision. Right through the commando side. Did he just jump over somebody? He did. Oh, it was Collect. Jumps right over Collect's head. That's going to cost him his life there, but still a 2v2 situation. Now, the 3 down that Proton game we're looking for. So, cost a mistake happening there. Proton going to take advantage.
Yeah, it's a tough mistake too because he checked. Like, he looked down. He was expecting someone to be there. They just, no one showed up on his screen. But you give him an inch, he'll take it a mile. Precision trying to do his best to minimize this damage, but not before that ball gets played. Precision, plenty of camo to work with. Talik will go down, and it's not the Precision to stay alive here. He's in between 3 players. If he can get out with his life, that's a great opportunity for Sentinels. Instead, Druck, I think he might be the best AR player in the game right now, Tony. He uses that the skill gap, as we put it, to put him down.
It's a tough one. Somebody has to use it though. I ain't mad at you, Druck. Ball does end up being reset here. 55-10 lead. Proton Gaming still have control, and Lethal still has that height advantage. Sentinels with that ball back on the subway side, but back-to-back kill for Proton means they're going to get aggressive.
I love how Truck plays with the assault rifle in his hands, man. He just takes any challenge that comes his way. But Talik left with a parting gift as Boo Boo 2 will take the martyrdom nade. Proton Gaming have a steep lead at the moment, but Sentinels have done a fantastic job at routing out all those players in that back base, securing themselves a good hold. And look how forward these players from Sentinels are. They're taking the battle to the front lines on the opposite side of the map, allowing Falcated just to keep accumulating this time.
57-31 lead in favor of Proton, but that pressure, relentless coming out of Sentinels, stretching far and taking space and limiting the options of Proton Gaming. But the red side spawners, and they'll get you every single time. Precision and Boo Boo Doo hit the black screen there, but Proton haven't been able to grab a hold of the ball just yet.
Truck's kind of taking this long route to the other side, real confident that they're not giving up too much space to Sentinels to pick up this ball. And here comes the push from Proton, but the spawners from Sentinels are going to be on that B side. But how do you neutralize it? You throw out the shroud screen expecting players to be on that cross. Unfortunately for Proton, Sentinels were so quick with their rotation that the shroud screen kind of works against them.
It was a great play being made by Proton, but the counter play for Sentinels to bring it all the way through the B side towards PD was quick. And it's Sentinels right back in the lead. Boo Boo Doo Boo right back in the subway side, repulses up to get that advantage, and pancakes, breakfast is served.
Boo Boo Doo Boo was trying to find any way to get that kill without using his bandit. You know, it's a couple AR shots here, not gonna beat him down. We're gonna send him back in and get a couple hot cakes for breakfast. But so far, Sentinels have done a fantastic job of bouncing back in this game. This rotation has been superb from them. They've gone all the way from C back to PD. Now gonna put this ball at back A, and I don't think Proton is gonna be able to even try to attempt to stop this ball. This has been just fantastic from Sentinels.
Fantastic is the word. That from that rotation from the subway to the PD to the A side, just putting on a clinic. That ball movement looking like the Spurs in their prime right there. And it looks like it's gonna be Sentinels that take round number 1. And we could see them take this game 3. And we always say every reverse sweep starts with a game 3 win. Sentinels, they're still in it.
Some hurt put down from Falcated, but not enough. As Proton Gaming, they're gonna have a steep advantage here. When that first player goes down, and you saw how condensed Sentinels was, you saw Proton immediately take their space, find those frags, and get away with camouflage as well. Can Collect stay alive with the camouflage is the question, and Precision was not letting him get away. Great job at finding the camo and neutralizing it as quickly as possible from Sentinels.
Precision and Sentinels getting aggressive through the strong side, through the B Street side, and what a collapse out of Sentinels, putting Collect in a 1v4 situation. He's gonna have to wait for his teammates to come off the spawn, and once they do, they need their kills. Druck was able to take down Lethal. Precision Bulldog is out, puts it to work. 3 down goes Sentinels, and Proton Gaming have control.
Looking back, Precision not able to find that kill, and look at the spawners for Sentinels and how far away they are. There's no quick access towards this ball, and with Druck laying down long-range shots, Lethal frustrated that his team hasn't been able to push forward. Here comes the 3-man stack towards Cafe.
30-18 lead in favor of Proton Gaming, but it's Proton that have that ball toward the PD side. Lethal trying to get some kind of angle, some kind of advantage. Druck wins that one. Cleanups coming quick though, and Proton with a full rotation right towards subway. Camouflage is up. Boo Boo Doo Boo getting aggressive. Can Sentinels clear out the subway? Apparently not. Boo Boo Doo Boo hits the black screen.
Now able to find a quick flank. Can he take down 2? No. Collect winning a crucial fight at the perfect time, and Druck a little overzealous on his challenge against Precision makes things mixy for both sides. Sentinels are going to be able to get this ball, but this is perfect play from Precision, knocking down one spawner. The rest have no chance to move forward. He's a one-man army over at the Cafe. Knock him down. Collect just able to get that kill, but not before a ton of time has been bought for Sentinels, and we're seeing a similar rotation into round 1. This time Druck getting to the cutoff lane in time.
46-35 lead. Proton Gaming advancing that ball toward the driveway side. We see Precision and Boo Boo Doo Boo working the 1-2. Easy kill, but now 2 more starting to replace them, but collect with a huge stuff onto precision. Sentinel still having that ball, but most likely to forcibly be played out towards the mid-map as Proton start to gain control once again. Full map for them.
Ethel's been real heads up with his ball rotations this game. Was responsible largely for that first round. Did a great job at throwing that ball out when he could, but at the end of the day, slays are what's going to matter, and Proton just outslay their way into a ball hold. Sentinel's going to have to try to stack up on this purple side. I'd like to see Collect think about this rotation. You know that push is coming from the purple side, but as Sentinels one-upped them, look how fast they were to get towards that tire rotate.
Ball dropped.
Collect advancing that ball forward. Sentinels surrounding Proton at the moment, but they need these kills. Lethal knows that active camouflage is coming up. Last shot was the last opportunity for Proton to maybe clear out the subway side. Druck was able to get away with camouflage, but he ends up getting no value out of it. Druck hits the black screen, camouflage is burnt. Sentinels still have the ball, and now Falcated is getting right back into the subway with this Bulldog. 3 down once again go Proton, all 4 after the double from Falcated.
Game-winning plays from Falcated. He's able to spot that camouflage because of the from his teammates. What does he do right away? He condenses back towards his team and finds a massive double, and now Proton have to trek all the way across this map. Falcade playing on an island, knowing that he can be isolated because of this shotgun in his hands.
Huge kill. Huge double out of Falcated. 3 down. Go Proton Gaming once again. Talik with the answer back. It's exactly what Talik and Proton Gaming need, as Sentinels do take the lead, but Talik staying alive and having presence here towards Subway is huge. But Boo Boo Dooble with this Stalker forces him out, forces him down low, but finally Sentinels clear out Talik, clear out that Subway side. Proton have the answer back.
A couple well-placed nades might just do it. Lethal having to do his best. He was last alive for his team, and he is holding the line, trying to buy enough time for his teammates to come help. They're flooding in from the purple side. Lethal's done it. He's bought enough time. The ball is reset. Proton get no value off their 3 down.
Full squad wipe once again. Proton Gaming off this should be able to take the lead here, but Sentinels with the red room spawners should have some easier access toward the A side. Off screen, it was Druck that gets taken out, and last shot ends up being cleaned up. Numbers advantage here for Sentinels. Talik forced to drop this ball. Doesn't close it out just yet. The Shroud blocking out his line of sight forces Lethal into the Shroud, into the shadows, and Talik wins that one as well.
Lethal treated himself like a one-man army in that Shroud screen. Repulsed him out and said, no, this is my home. Unfortunately for him, overheated a little bit on the slide, just not able to take down those players from Proton, and that might just be enough to push this thing into round 3. Sentinel's gonna have one good push left to try to stop this thing, and it starts with a great play from Boo Boo Dooble, able to shut down that ball rotation, preventing Proton from putting up enough time to stop this push before it even starts from Sentinels.
Ball doesn't quite make it into Subway. Looks like Druck snatches it up, brings it back in, but meanwhile, Sentinels are the ones starting to frag out. Sentinels are the ones that have the advantage here. Lethal with the Stalker. That player does end up going down, and 3 down go Proton Gaming. Sentinels right back on that ball. They can take the lead right back right here as Lethal with the Stalker. One player to deal with in Collect, but Collect has the wiggles. He's gonna dance on him just a bit, forcing the ball play, forcing the cleanups, and Sentinels, they take the lead.
Collect was trying to dance his way to victory there, but at some point you're gonna have to find these kills. Sentinels though go 4 down. Oh no, Proton, can they get to the ball in time and shut this thing down? Sentinels, you have one good push left in you, and you gotta play fast. We see Falcade checking all these corners. I don't know if you got time to check corners.
5 seconds left. Talik rotating that ball toward the driveway side. Is there any member of Sentinels that can force him back? Yes, there is. Precision has the kill.
4 down?
Proton go 4 down. They just needed 1 more second, but that 1 more second may not come.
great job by Sentinels to coordinate into each lane. They played a risky game, slowing it down, but it was all for that 1 second of time. Boo Boo Doo with the first kill might just be enough, and it is. Sentinels 2-0. What a kill.
Sentinels, they're on the board. They may just pull off the reverse sweep. It starts with that game 3 win, and we see it. It's going to Argyle capture the flag. It could go to a game 5, and then it's anyone's ball game.
Unbelievable game from Sentinels. I mean, they played it tight, and they were able to win some close engagements. You have to feel a little bit upset if you're Proton, just 1 second away from at least forcing a game 3 and trying to keep that sweep alive. Instead, we get to go to this into Argyle and see some great sniper plays. But let's take a look at this, right? Falcade's pushing up this right side. He played slow. Lethal takes down that engagement towards Trash. And then you see 2 players starting to make their way towards B. And they basically create a triangle effect, as Precision was the player that was playing fast enough to get to that ball carrier. Falcade wins a huge one-on-one. And with 4 players going down and only 1 player from Sentinels being traded out, they maintain a lot of their space towards that B side, forcing the rest of Proton to spawn at back A and Cafe, and there's just not enough time. Collect tried his best, but even the fastest movement in the game is not going to get you into a winning position.
And that brings us to game 4. It's Argyle capture the flag. 2 snipers, 1 on each side. And you know I love me some sniper battles. Put a quantum translocator in the middle of the map, and you have 2 teams that are going to be fighting for every inch, looking to desperately get to the base of their opponents, punish those opponents, control those spawns. Argyle capture the flag. Will test the coordination, will test the speed, and will test the map control of both Sentinels and Proton.
2 snipers, 2 grapples, lots to work with, lots to accelerate the game state. Expect those grapples to be much more valuable than maybe the players in matchmaking use them, right? Not only is it able to let you traverse on the map quickly, but often can be a key indicator of success for teams getting flag runs.
Precision, the one to grab a hold of Sniper, snaps onto Druck. 3 down, quickly go Proton Gaming. And you see Sentinels not waste any time whatsoever pushing up past the 50% point of the map.
Did not get that grapple that was on the ground. Precision opts to move forward. I don't know if he didn't spot it, but he'll get another one left over from Boo Boo Doo as he was able to grab that quantum translocator. And surprisingly calm game thus far, and it's largely due to the respect that both these teams have for the snipers on the other side of the aisle.
Druck once again running into the body shot of Precision, forced to back down and ultimately play his life there. Collecto on the low ground, and it's Precision and Sentinels keeping the high. Finally, Druck reintroduces himself to the fight, forcing Precision back. But it's Sentinels taking their time right now. Argyle, definitely a battle of attrition, one that you can't rush.
Precision wrapped his way up high with that grapple, was able to catch Holocaust. Surprise, and it's 2 snipers in the hands of Sentinels, but Precision in danger of overheating. No, oh, jeez! Stays on the map. Ghost jump to save him, but last shot reaps the reward. A sniper going right back into the hands of Proton.
Great movement coming out of Precision there to ultimately play his life, but eventually last shot is the one gets the cleanup, gets himself that sniper, and now gets that height advantage here over towards the vents. Last shot, trying to sniff out exactly where the enemy team is coming from. It's off screen. It's actually Falcated dealing with both Talik and Druck. Here we go, not a double push. Last shot ends up going down. The vents cleared out here. Precision is the black screen as well. That's back-to-back kills for Proton Gaming.
It's funny how you don't get the kills right away, but that sniper shot was enough for Proton to get a positive effect by getting a double kill that would go Collect's way, and the next sniper in his hands as well. Druck picks up the new and 2 snipers on the side of Proton. Although you have limited ammo for collect, this is the time you really have to make the shots count.
Players portaling out of the situation. Collect knows he's probably going to come back, and there we go. Falcated right back toward the pistol side. Use the quantum translocator, but this time it's Collect that cuts off the angle, and still the double bandit too much. Talik ends up going down, and so do 3 members of Proton. Sentinels once again gaining map control through their sleighs.
While all that action was going down, right? Fast fights over on the pistol door. We seen Lethal just harassing the rest of Proton Gaming from that bottom Nate's position. He's been there for a solid 30, 45 seconds now at Proton. Although they had 2 power weapons in their hands, they haven't been able to move out of their base because of the spots that Lethal's been taking. And he's been a snake this entire time. And he's finally launched at the opposing team. The bite is in. Is the venom going to be enough, though?
Lethal's gonna have to deal with both Talik and Druck eventually, but first it's a 1v1, and Talik doesn't win that one. Lethal stays alive, and Druck actually collecting a bit of a different angle, going to back up over towards the pistol side. Lethal survives, full shields to work with, gonna bring this snipe, but ends up getting taken down.
Lethal of a long-lived life. We'll see if that's enough for Sentinels. A grapple could be a key play here, man. If Sentinel's able to get their hands on top of one, try to grapple that flag back, but looks like this flag gonna be dead in the water as mid position taken from last shot with a sniper in his hands. Not gonna be able to do much more on that initial push.
It makes 2 different players one shot. The cleanups don't exactly happen there, but Proton were able to gain some space, and now you're in the space and in the face of Sentinels, and they simply want you out. Falcated forced to back down. Precision off the screen, gets introduced to the black screen himself. Meanwhile, Talik in an interesting spot. He has Druck to work with, but not for long, as Druck about to get collapsed on. Both Druck and Talik working through the snipe side. And now we switch on board with Precision and Boo Boo Doo working together.
It's honestly surprising how little action we've seen towards these flag runs for both sides. They're paying the other team a ton of respect, and what we've often seen is L formations being made on opposite sides, right, where you get players overextending on the pistol side and players trying to shore up on a short defense on the weak side. But it's been happening on both sides, and neither team has been able to get that clean 3-4 down required to get these flag runs out.
Double push once again for Proton. Falcon looks to get involved and forced back. Beautiful shot from last shot, but now that Click's down, he's really by himself. I'm not sure if he was able to get that sniper off the map. He wasn't. Boo Boo Doo Boo not only gets the kill, but gets a sniper to work with as well.
I was hoping Boo Boo Doo Boo would catch a grapple slide and try to get even further up on this map. I feel like that's something that's been missing from both these sides is just putting a player down deep, right? Throw that player into the backside, make them have to deal with the harassing player, then use that to take that mid-map space. Instead, it's been a large neutral battle in the mid-map. Sentinels, though, finally breaking something through. 2 players going down. Lethal back to his prime position. Sniper in hand, ready to make a play towards this flag.
Early flag pull coming out of Sentinels. Druck goes right after Precision here, but that flag is actually still on the move. Nobody's able to stop this flag from going forward, and although they take down the sniper player in Lethal, the flag has made it so far into the snipe side of Sentinels. Finally, last shot awarded the kill. 4 down goes Sentinels. That means a return for Proton Gaming.
The difference between that flag getting touched from Boo Boo Doo Boo and not was a minuscule amount of damage from a fragmentation grenade. Last shot's grenade just scrapes Boo Boo Doo Boo, prevents him from getting his shields back, and that's just enough. It really is a battle of inches between these 2 teams, and that fraction of a damage was enough for a flag return.
3 down goes Sentinels, and Druck's gonna get dropped right there. Lethal, a double kill out of him. Checking those vents, making sure that nobody from Proton Gaming was able to sneak through. Collect is already on that snipe side. He got to get himself a kill, tries to drive that snipe off the map. Last shot has a snipe of his own. Proton Gaming, lots of control out of them.
Well, Collect finally successful at throwing that sniper off, and this is going to prevent Sentinels from having too much firepower on this next play. And the nade's good, the shot's better. Last shot, preventing Sentinels from moving forward. This is the offensive play that we've been waiting for from either side. Proton has a real shot at getting a flag out.
We've been tied up at 0 apiece now, but now that both of these teams are starting to open up within their offensive end, we could see the first flag cap, but multiple members going down. Sentinels defense stopping Proton Gaming from advancing that flag any forward, and the flag eventually returned, and Sentinels right back over toward this pistol side, now infiltrating the base of Proton Gaming.
It's surprising how quick this counterattack has been for Sentinels. And this time, they're not worried about the kills. They're saying, hey, we'll try to pull the flag out first. The kills will come in the second half. Unfortunately for them, it looks like none of those kills are going to come. 3 going down for Sentinels. Would like to see Proton increase their pace. I'd like to see them play really fast here. Just get into this back base, try to get that first pick, and potentially get a flag home.
Proton Gaming know they have to slay out Sentinels 1, if not 2 more times in order to get a clean run here. Taking their time right now. Last shot dropping down, giving up that height advantage, but securing, guaranteeing a kill, and guaranteeing an advantage here now for Proton Gaming. That's until Lethal was able to take down Collect. Last shot still on the flank. Couple shots and a trade out with Boo Boo Doo Boo.
Talk causing mayhem on the backside, and Talk might be able to basically give his team some timing that was never supposed to be there. By winning that fight against Lethal, he prevents Sentinels from gaining any unnecessary space, and Proton now have a real chance at winning the mid fight. Oh, well, they had a chance, and then Falcated things, finds the one-shot player, and once again, we're getting back into that neutral state. New snipers up. Maybe that'll be the difference maker this time around.
Less than 2 minutes on the clock here. Either one of these two teams to score a cap. It's really Sentinels that are on their back foot at the moment, trying to stay alive, not only here in this series, but here in this tournament. If Proton Gaming win it, that is it. Sentinels wanting to reset the bracket, but it's going to have to be through a game 5. Snipers out. Can't quite connect onto the players. Finally, a body shot does, but Sentinels are still getting aggressive. Falcated through the low ground. Another shot connects for Collect. Nades are down. Sentinels can't quite hop on that flag. They know they need their slays, and both Lethal and Falcated hit the black screen.
Collect, young and reckless, but showing that the lesson of high ground always wins doesn't always remain true. At the lowest point of the map, makes the biggest play for his team. Great job just making sure that eventually that sniper shot hits and preventing that flag from getting past that 50-yard line. Only 50 seconds left for his team to find some sort of follow-up play, and having to waste these grapples to stay alive. That's the tough part, man. You really want to have those grapples ready to help run that flag. It's usually the key difference between a flag that gets stopped short and one that goes home.
34 seconds on the clock here in regulation. Sentinels going 3 down at a pivotal moment within the game. Proton, if they can get in the base of Sentinels, put them on stagger spawns, we could see a pull. We could see sudden death. Boo Boo Doo Boo flies in with the grapple and a double kill that may just shut down the push of Proton Gaming.
Be wary of the counter. Boo Boo has a grapple. He can try to chain himself in here. Gets caught out, unfortunately. I'd like to see him just fly in and get a flag out. Instead, they're going to play for overtime. New snipers, new grapples. We didn't see one flag cap in 12 minutes. Maybe we'll see the one in the next 5. Put it on the clock. We're going to overtime.
5 minutes remaining.
Who knows? Oftentimes in overtime, it's one opening strat, one quick 3 or 4 down, and it could cost you the entire game. The game that you worked so hard to keep close, get into an overtime. A little bit less than 5 minutes to work with for both of these teams. and Lethal just looking for where the pressure could be coming from.
It's on the opposite side. I have seen so much respect for both these teams on how and where they can push. Talik, the designated sniper this time around for Proton. And a very slow and methodical game. You can see the difference though, right? Sentinels being very forward with their sniper. On the other side, Talik playing a back position. We'll have to see which bet pays off for these teams.
Ooh, last shot. Taking a more centered route there, trying to wrap back towards his PC, gets caught by Precision. Now Precision's location has been revealed, but it doesn't matter. You can know where he's coming from. If he's hitting shots, you ain't gonna be able to stop him. Too quickly go down for Sentinels though, and now it's Precision being left by himself. One shot, running, trying to stay alive. Proton Gaming getting aggressive.
Precision making the play that he needed to stay alive and help his team still have forward presence. I think last shot, that play where he gets caught at top mid, I think those are the rookie mistakes that he'll have to try to clean up. Precision just playing that middle map so often. The first priority, right? Play the outside lanes. Make sure that there's no one playing on towards the outside. You can't cut through the middle of the map when you don't have numbers.
Still got 4 bullets to work with. Does Precision here. Meanwhile, for Screen Talik was able to take down Falcon, and Precision trying to find an interesting angle. He knows that Proton have been playing through that vent so almost the entire game, but now it's Proton to go 3 down. Talik gonna do everything he can to stay alive. Sentinels will get aggressive here once again. Sentinels having an opportunity to maybe get a flagpole here. The spawners up for Proton. The shots are being laid down, tagging everybody up. Falcon gets the double. This could be it for Sentinels.
Well, it's dangerous for Proton right now as Sentinels knocks on this door. If they get a player deep, that grapple is up for Proton at the moment. Sentinels, if they can get their players in, potentially grab that grapple, and it might be Precision. Look at this long flank play for Precision, getting behind everyone on the map. He's going to be able to find the kill on last shot. He pulls out this flag. I think if he would have went up the vent, found that grapple, they could have been in a great spot to run that flag. But it really has been the difference maker in this game is there's just no grapple utility on these flag runs thus far.
Now only 2 minutes to work with here in overtime.
We're gonna get an overtime for our overtime, Tony?
We could be looking at a double overtime situation. Right now we're looking at Collect doubling up this
14,
sniper.
14 bullets a snipe.
God bless.
I don't think there's enough time in the game to use 14 bullets of this snipe. You better win with this one.
Well, he's already starting to hit shots, but with his teammates going down, it's going to be hard for Proton Gaming to mount some kind of offense here. Sentinels with the man advantage, they're going to push up. All the bullets in the world don't mean much if you're not able to hit this shot. It starts with this defense here for Proton Gaming.
Stray shots, Collect. Calm himself down in these next 60 seconds that they're going to find themselves a flag capture. Sentinels really scattered on this map, and you're seeing it. So you're seeing the downside effect. 2 players going down right away, and that activates the rest of Proton to get themselves in a position. Collect can really hit some crucial snipe shots here, open up that base and allow their team to pull out a flag. Looking for anyone that's trying to overextend. Collect being very cautious about what could happen, and there we go. Talik was able to use a grapple slide to pull the flag out.
It took 12 minutes of regulation, about 4.5 minutes here in overtime, but we see a flag being pulled, but we see a return happening here for Sentinels, and Collect will end up losing that sniper. Another 2v2 situation. Falcon trying to send that nade over towards last shot. Lethal with the flank. Sentinels have 14 seconds to work with. They do have an advantage. They could force sudden death, or it looks like they're going to slow it down. And we may just be looking at double overtime.
Double overtime it is. What was that? 15? Carry the 17 minutes? 17 minutes of 0 flag capture, Argyle?
Or a little bit of sudden death, so maybe about 17 minutes and 30 seconds-ish. Yeah, we had a bit of sudden death.
Yeah, it's not the play. Let me tell you what. Let's get a flag on the board, folks. Our grand finals could come down to Argyle Part 2. Look at this damage. Everyone put about just the same. I don't think I've ever seen damage so tight in a lobby before. That everyone just about the same in this lobby. Lethal last shot lagging a little bit behind for their teams, but either way, I think we need to see just a little bit better utility usage in this next iteration of Argyle. I feel like they're a little too quick to use their grapples to gain movement on the map rather than using those grapples as a way to accelerate the win condition, which is getting that flag home.
I feel like we should have a rule here. Like if you go through overtime and you go through regulation, through overtime, no cap on the board, we don't play the same map. We just switch it to Aquarius. I feel like if there was no flag cap in 17 minutes, at that point we switch it to a different map. And that's the new rule.
I can get behind it. Let's see what the commissioner. We'll have to send it over to the commissioner, Tony. I think you got some sources. We'll try to get the rule change up for the team. But as we see, we'll go through some of these replays and see. It was just like we saw maybe. I wonder how many flag steals there were. Period. It felt like it was just a real struggle to get past that 50-yard line.
Yeah, both teams really struggling to get that 50% map control and trying to convert it. Like Argyle is a map that's going to test, your chess game, like how good you are at pushing from your side, slaying out, pushing to that 50, and then getting a secondary round of slays. One round of slays, 2 round of slays usually isn't enough. You really have to be able to control the spawns, and it starts with controlling that halfway point of the map and then infiltrating. It's tough. It ain't easy.
And like you said, it really is going to be a chess game. And the one thing that we didn't see from the last 17 minutes of this map was any sort of gambit play. I'd like to see them make riskier plays, offer up some risky positions to try to accelerate your timing on the map and be more aggressive. I think there was just too much respect on both sides for either team. Teams are going to make mistakes. Try to find those mistakes and almost force the mistakes from the other team by putting yourself in unorthodox positions.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's a full reset that we normally look at when going into that double overtime. And but I will say, the major difference between obviously the version 1 and this one is it is a one cap take all situation. 12 minutes on the clock. You still have plenty of time to work with. It took them 17 minutes to get to this point, so something tells me they may use up a lot of that clock, but one cap to win it all here. Game number 4, Sentinels desperately needing this to send us into that game 5. Proton do have the opportunity to be crowned your champions with the one flag cap here.
Snipers went into the hands of Talik. Last time we get there, it said Druck said it's a personal one. Lethal says it is unless we don't get the first capture. I like that. Play both sides. Oh yeah.
You gotta cover all ground. You gotta
cover it all, baby. Cover it all.
COA, baby.
Well, Boobadoo plays fast. Going for that quantum translocator. This is I think the quantum translocator is strong. Don't get me wrong, Tony. But I almost feel like it's a waste of a grapple. I'd rather have someone where you play slow, maybe that the quantum translocator go into their hands and keep that second grapple for a potential play.
Well, we'll see. Maybe they can make use of both the quantum translocator and having one grapple in another player's hands. You never know. All it takes is 1 or 2 slays, and it could create so much opportunity here. And right now, it's Talik versus Precision. The sniper battle here that could decide the game if they play it right.
Well, okay, we are almost a minute in, and we have 0 kills for either. So finally, a kill goes in. So we're seeing very much the same style of play from the first time around. No one going to change up their game plan this time. It's really going to come down to finding a mistake from the other side and exploiting it as quickly as possible.
2 do end up going down here for Sentinel, so a really important life now for Precision. He needed to stay alive. He does take down Talik, but a cleanup comes quick from Druck. And look how aggressive Druck and Proton Gaming are being. There's no patience here. It is a quick pull out of Proton, but a counter out of Sentinels.
Man, this is more action than we saw for the entire last map. Collect gonna be able to get this towards his team. Talik's gonna have his cover. There's no one from Sentinels in quick position, but a sniper from Precision that could prevent this flag from going home.
There it is.
Enemy captured your flag.
Proton Gaming with the cap and the tournament. It took 17 minutes in the first version of the game, and this one came lightning quick in double overtime.
Well, that does it. For the first time in a month, we don't have a bracket reset. Proton Gaming don't need to use any of that winner's advantage. They get it done 3-1. Fantastic tournament from them. They really seem to be at their highest state. You know, this is the best they've looked all season long. In my opinion, it's coming in at the right time with some great games against Sentinels, right? A game 5 in the winners final, and then able to get it done in just 4 in our grand finals.
Proton Gaming are back, man. They brought in Collect, and this team has turned it around. Proton Gaming finally hitting that ceiling, finally hitting that potential that we know they can hit. And now I'm wondering, are they going to continue this when we get to land, when we get to London? Because we've only seen this so far one time out of them. We've only seen Proton finally started that ceiling. I'm excited to see the likes of Druck, Talik, and now Collect and Last Shot. This was a huge win, a huge statement being made for Proton Gaming.
Yeah, we're seeing right now, guys, if we can get these guys in for an interview. I think they're gonna come by and come talk to us in just a second. So we'll get all that stuff prepped up for you guys as well. We'll get to hear from Proton Gaming in just a little bit.
So how do you feel about Proton's run? Are you a believer? I know you've known these boys for a while.
Any team with Druck and Talik, I believe. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I'm just too big of a fan.
Okay, I respect it. I mean, I feel like we've grown up with these boys. You know, like we've known Druck and Talik since the late Halo 5 days when we first started casting. We were casting these boys in the Fung 4 and the KCP, and the same thing for me with Last Shot. When I got my start with casting SWAT tournaments, he was doing his thing. And even Collect back in the day, he was going by, what was he? Was going by Zolda back then? Zoldak. He was all up in Halo 5 as well. Excited for this Proton Gaming roster. And I want to see more. And for them to find their rhythm right before London, ain't no better time.
Right. It's sometimes you need to have things just change up a little bit, make things a little bit mixy right before you go to an event. Try to create the change necessary for you to get a high placing. Obviously, we weren't happy with what happened just a bit before. Now, these 4 players, I mean, they look fantastic. Well, I think we got it, Tony. I think they're ready. Let's bring in the folks over at Proton. When I say bring in the folks over from Proton, I mean all the folks from Proton, including their coach Trey. Welcome to the show, folks. How does it feel to come out so strong after making a change at the final moments before London?
It was absolutely freaking amazing that we just lock it in before every event, it feels like, and we just get our crap together, basically.
Hey, well, I love to see it. I'm going to start with you over there, Druck. We haven't seen you. We haven't seen you out of LAN in quite some time. Are you 100% confirmed we're going to see you at London?
Yes, sir. We're good for London.
Yeah, okay. Now, can one of you walk me through what happened in these final hours? Where did this change come from? Why did you guys go out and pick up Collect?
We just felt like everyone was making if you look at the changes made in the offseason and even just like recently, like people were just trying to get people who did more damage. Like Legend to SSG was because Penguin was like an OBG player, and Legend obviously just does like max damage, like super aggressive. And we just feel like we needed like more on that on our team, like pretty much just more damage output and like just kind of more aggressive play. And then that's why we picked Collect.
Well, Collect, when you got the call, I mean, walk through the process for you. Was it just an instant yes decision?
Yeah, 100%. I was on kind of like a leftovers team, and that team was kind of falling apart after the tournament on Saturday. So I think I got hit up, and I just immediately thought like, yeah, 100%, I'll join this team.
I didn't feel like that right away though. I felt like we had to like do a little bit of rizzing right there to like get him to join the team, but we eventually got him to join.
Yeah.
Just like we started talking to him on Monday, I think. Like we're supposed to scrim Sentinels and then like talk to him, and Lou just like got it done.
Hey, well, that's great to hear. Y'all get the job done against Sentinels in 2 series. Okay, I'm going to start with you, Last Shot, because we haven't heard from you yet. But I mean, can you tell me what the hell happened in that last map? 17 minutes, no flag captures, nothing, and then you guys get it done in what a minute after the reset. What was going on? Y'all trolling a little bit in that last game?
We definitely weren't playing as aggressive as I thought we were, and after that game, Hunter was just like, let's play more aggressive, let's play how we know how to play our brand of Halo, and we got it done.
I think we're just trying to beat our record because on pit flag we didn't touch the flag at all when we played the winners final, so we're just trying to do better than that.
Well, either way, you guys eventually got the job done. Preparation for London, right? You guys got a couple weeks. What's the game plan for you guys going into London? Any specific things that you guys learned from today's tournament that you got to work on?
I think it's just refining like everything we've been working on already. Like I think we like have it down how we want to play. We just gotta keep on refining it and like just focus on being the team that makes the least mistakes. Because at the end of the day, like everyone's gonna make mistakes. It's just whoever makes the least wins the tournament. So. All
right, well, Coach Trey, we haven't heard from you yet. You know, you kind of get this outside perspective on how everything's happening in the game. What do you think about this new roster? Having Collect in, bringing on a Last Shot this season. How's everything been looking from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, these guys are putting in the work. When we had, originally talked about putting this roster together, prior to even Collect, we had talked about a winning culture and really putting in maximum effort, showing up for scrims, making sure that we get maximum scrims, maximum theater time, like everything. And these guys are, tip-top professionals. So they've been putting in the actual work. It's rare to see in the space. And so it's nice to see it sort of play out in our favor. And then recently with the change, we knew that we could, continue to perform top 8, top 6, even top 4 at times, but we're not going for that. So we want to take down any one of the big 3 teams. So that's why we made this change, and here we are.
All right, folks, I want to open up this floor. Anyone who has anything they want to say about your team, what you guys have plans going up, anything you wouldn't want the world to hear from you guys, just take a moment and let it off the chest, None of you. Not one of you.
Not a single thing.
Not a single thing.
We just let the gameplay do that. We let the gameplay do the talking. That's it.
Hey, love it, folks. That is Proton Gaming. They will be at London. I guess this is my last question for you guys, because there was a real conversation about what pool you wanted. You ended up in Pool A against Space Station Gaming. Because you got first place this time. Was there any conversation about like do we want to throw and get Pool B?
Not at all.
we talked about like what pool we landed if we got like first or second, but I mean like we're not gonna like throw it. Yeah, we're gonna have to beat everyone to win the tournament anyway, so it doesn't matter what pool we're in.
Yeah. I respect it, and honestly, you guys had to win the tournament, period, because you guys weren't gonna get the job done through pro points. So, icy tournament from you guys. You had to get first or second. You immediately come through, get it done from the winner's side, and we will see you all in London. Drunk, 100% confirmed. We heard it here. Drunk, you will not be a liar. You will be at London, right? 100. I want to hear it from you one more time. 100% confirmed. All right. Thank you. Thank God. It's been too long since we've seen Drunk at a land. He will be at London underneath this Proton Gaming roster. Thank you all for coming through and talking to us here. And congratulations on winning and making your way to London.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
you. And I do appreciate everyone at LVT that's putting in this work behind the scenes. Love what y'all do. And I'm sure everybody in the Halo community appreciates it.
Yeah, for real. Like, you guys are literally keeping the game like super alive right now. Like, it's all you guys in like the viewership right now, and like every time we have a tournament, and, like, no one else will be streaming it or casting it like this. You guys like do a major favor to the community just by doing this, so thank you.
All right, hey, thank you guys so much, and I'm excited to see you guys at London. Make sure that that we look your way, and maybe we see some great performances from you guys over on the seas. Yeah, oh, I gotta actually, Talik, I got one last thing to ask you. You know, I thought I was gonna let you guys go, but Talik, is it your first time in London?
Yeah, it is.
You got any special plans? You gonna do anything fun in London?
Definitely going to the pubs a lot.
All right.
I always wanted to go to a pub.
Definitely chill with the bros for a bit.
Definitely chill with Sika and them for sure.
All right, just stay sober for the tournament part for me, okay?
Yes,
just for the gameplay. All right, folks. That was Proton Gaming. Thanks, you guys. You guys can disconnect.
Thank you. Thank you guys.
Appreciate y'all coming through. All right, folks. That does it for our tournament. Proton Gaming are our champions. Tony, I had a fantastic time with you today. Any last things you want to say before we wrap this thing up?
Yeah, I mean, thank you guys so much for having me. LBT Halo, you guys in the chat, you guys have been absolutely amazing. Absolutely loved hearing from Proton Gaming and them talk about the roster move, and even showing some love to LVT Halo. It's always really cool when the pros showing some love, and obviously it's great to be in the booth with you. It's been a while since we've been in the booth together, considering that this is my first duo when I first got started and whatnot, and it definitely felt good. So thank you, Garrett.
Hey, no, it was a fantastic time, Tony. Anytime we get a cast, it always feels like some fun. And like we heard from the Proton boys, if you want to help support, I mean, LVT's doing it all. Maybe subscribe to the channel, have some fun with us here today. That does it for me and Tony. We're not quite the end of our show. Let's go back and listen in with our founder, Mr. Louis V. Titan, on the desk.
Yo, congratulations to Proton and the gang on the dub. Very impressive stuff, taking down Sentinels. But I wanted to take a quick moment here. It is Mother's Day. I'm going to shout out Mama LVT one more time. Thank you for everything that you do for me and for everybody here in the LVT Halo chat. I know you bring the vibes all the time, so thank you for that. And then, of course, we got the credits for our open series. We had Aliek, we had Tools, myself hosting. We had Tools, Why Not, Active, Mikowski, Eli the Ninja on Talent, Observers, Nighty Night, Izzy Plus, Gundam Sun, Callouts, Frazilla. We have an editor, all in one, ladies and gents, all in one. Not on this list, I apologize, all in one, but nevertheless, this man has played a integral part in making sure that our YouTube continues to be a success. And then, of course, the people that put in the work behind the scenes when we're not live, making sure that we have content to run and things to keep everybody involved. Aliek, myself, Tools, Nighty Night, and I'm sure there might be more involved, but nevertheless, shout out to the moderators as well. Kills in the Night, Lucinity, Jesus, Spying Ryan, Izzy Scout, Anxiety. If there's any other moderators that I'm leaving out, please shout out in the chat. Let us know that you're here. And then, of course, a special thanks to the Halo Championship Series team, HCS, Div specifically, always hooking us up with drops, making sure that we're part of that grassroots program, making sure that we have everything that we need. Shout out to the Face It Halo admins, and then of course the DSA group. They're also coordinating with the Face It admins to make sure that all of these tournaments go in a timely manner and they get done as best as possible. I think that anybody that has run across the DSA team can agree they know what they're doing. And then last but not least, thank you to all of our viewers, all of our subscribers, all of our supporters. We're over 70K here with likes on Twitch. We're on YouTube as well, live as we speak. So thank you to all who makes this a reality. And last but not least, thank you to the LVT co-streamers, ensuring that this content gets spread throughout the community. It doesn't matter if you normally stream Big Team Battle or if you normally just watch the game and commentate or react. You know, we love Halo here. So shout out to everybody that's making this dream become a reality. Once again, congratulations to Proton Gaming. You guys all kick some ass today. So GG's you guys for punching that ticket to London. We're gonna see you all in London. And then last but not least, we have Orlando coming up. If you haven't already done so, hit !Orlando in the chat. Tune into this. We're going to be live streaming from Orlando. If you're around Orlando, come through. If you're interested in, maybe sitting down, getting some games in, getting some LAN. And if you've never played Halo Infinite LAN and you're in the vicinity, come through. This is going to be a LAN center vibe, right? Not the Halo Championship major type of vibe, but more of a LAN center. This is something where we're going to get down and we're going to get gritty. We're going to have lots of cameras around, right? We're not going to have all the bells and whistles and lights and smoke and all that good stuff, but we are going to be diving into the personalities that are going to be in Orlando. So please, if you haven't already done so, get involved. Hit that !Orlando. It starts on Friday. It's going to continue Saturday and Sunday, right? Friday we're doing FFA and some other fun stuff, and then Saturday and Sunday we're getting down to business, double elimination tournaments. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be right here on LVT Halo. If you can't make it in person, if you can make it in person, come through. See what it's all about. If you haven't already done so and you're interested, there's still time to sign up, get your team pass purchased, and get out to event. Have LVT Halo talk over some of your gameplay. But in the meantime, we're going to run some